Welcome back to live coverage of round number 1 of our Reece Motorsport Insurance SMRC action here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. There's not long to go until the action gets underway for our Formula Fords. Of course, we've got the National Championship here as well for this event as well, of course. Let's catch up with the man on pole position for this race, Jordan Dempsey. Joins us now. Jordan, you starting from a very good place in the grid after a strong qualifying session. What's your approach going to be going into turn number 1?
Try and stay out of trouble, try and build up a bit of a gap if I can, you know, maybe try and make the guys fight a little bit behind me, but yeah, no, much like it was in Silverstone, just try and get the head down and get away. I know we had good pace in qualifying, so trying to keep that going.
And what's your thoughts on this Knockhill circuit? It's a very tight and technical track as well. How does it shape up in these Formula Fords?
It's a fun ride because it's quite, as I said before, it's a lot of bravery needed. It's a nice flow to it, and you know, most tracks you have a nice finesse, you know what's coming up, you have time to think about it, whereas here you're in one corner and you're into the next one, and you're trying to keep it out of the gravel, and it's just all full on, that's what I'd say.
Absolutely. Well, Jordan, wish you best of luck. Tell us a little bit just finally about the car and the team and the work you've been doing just to get everything ready for this year.
Yeah, it's a brilliant car. The Spectrum, it always works well, and you know, it's the type of car, every time I get into it, it's like an old pair of gloves. It just fits perfectly, everything works, and you know, times are there straight away, so it's always nice to sit into it, and Kevin and the lads put a great car together, so it's always great getting into it.
Excellent. Have a great race. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a little look down the grid now, and the great thing about this as well is we've got the public are allowed to walk down the track as well, and it gives us a great insight to these fantastic cars that we've got here on the grid. And so many cars here, of course, joining us from the National Championship as well, but we've got a Scottish contingent out there on the grid as well, keen to make an impression. And let's just make our way down the order and see how things are shaping up and who we can speak to just before the lights get underway in a few moments' time. So let's see how things are shaping up here. Let's get a quick word. Lucas, are you joining us for a quick word here, just live on air? Lucas, starting from P3 on the grid. You've got the inside line here into Duffus, but what's your expectations going to be going into turn 1?
Just hopefully stick with the top 3 and then try and push away, really. Could maybe nick a spot a few, but yeah, just really keep it clean and finish the race.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's Lucas Romanik there, starting from 3rd on the grid here at Knockhill, and let's take our way just slightly down the grid now, catch up with another couple of quick drivers ahead of the racing getting underway in a few moments' time. Lots of drivers just already into the cockpit now and getting ready for the race to unfold, but what a run it is down to turn 1 here as well. These cars very quick indeed going off the line, and it will be an action-packed start, I suspect. And let's see how things shape up here. Of course, pole sitter Jordan, we mentioned a few moments ago, he's on the inside line here into Duffus, but it can be a little bit tricky because you are kind of naturally off the racing line. You've got to bring that car across and then get yourself tied in nicely for Duffus. A very challenging corner, of course, in any car, let alone in the Formula Ford machines. And we've got Morgan Quinn here, currently in P4 on the grid, just getting final prep for this one, and just getting strapped in here from the 2nd row of the grid, and in the number 88 car, looking to get a clean getaway. But of course, crucially, as we just mentioned, on the racing line here going into Duffus as well. So if you can get the power down quickly, there's every chance you can potentially make up a little bit of moves here, because you are in the prime seat for when those lights go out, and that will be just in a few moments' time. So we'll make our way off the grid now and look forward to some fantastic action here in the Formula Ford Championship. We've got the national guys joining us here with our Scottish contingent as well, and I'll hand back over to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Well, thank you very much then, Andy Alston, down there in the grid there for the race that's just about to get underway then. One of the stalwarts of the Scottish season is the Scottish Formula Ford 1600 Championship, as we said, joined today by the BRSCC National Formula Ford contingent. It is a packed grid out there, so many talking points, so many things to see out on the grid, and yes, we hear you out there on social media. We will be keeping an eye on the boy wonder himself, Lucas Blakely, in the number 8 car as part of that Scottish contingent. But let's have a look then at how the grid shapes up for race number 1 of the day for the Formula Fords then. And as we see there, Jordan Dempsey on pole position alongside Colin Queen. Row 2 is going to be Lucas Romanek alongside Morgan Quinn. Jamie Sharp on row 3 in 5th position alongside Andrew Rackstraw. And then in 7th position, it's Sean Rashid alongside Andre Lafond. And then on row 5 is going to be Ben Cochrane alongside Megan Gykes. The first of our Scottish contingent, Michael Gray, in 11th place alongside Gabe Tesh. And then it is the man himself, Lucas Blakely, storming up the qualifying charts there, just 1/10 of a second behind Michael Gray there, starting in row 7 in 13th position. Alongside him is the madman himself, Neil Broom, joining us this weekend in his Formula Fords, and many other weekends you'd see him in a hovercraft, believe it or not, no word of a lie. David Maloney in row 8 in 15th position, 16th position for Brandon McCon, and then in row 9, Tom Nippers alongside Matty Chisholm, and then Bryn Kinch in row 10 in 19th position. At the back of the grid, Drew Stewart, a very, very close field nonetheless. The 1 minute board gets held out. That means that the drivers have to make their way, or get ready rather, to make their way onto the green flag lap. You'll see the drivers and the teams and everybody else, all the supporting personnel, making the last minute adjustments, getting themselves up, getting those cars warmed up and ready to go. You can see the sprightly figure of Graham Brunton, one of the biggest figures in Scottish Formula Ford, making his way across the grid there as well. One of the main reasons that this championship, as popular as it is up here in Scotland, Team GBR, of course, represented up here in Scotland, also taking part in the brand new inaugural GB4 Championship, where they had a pretty successful first weekend out. But we are onto the grid then, ready to get going. The safety car at the front of the field gives you the clue that this is going to be a green flag lap, because the cars have been sitting there for the best part of half an hour. Let's give you a little bit of context then, ladies and gentlemen. First to back at the end of the grid then is 2 seconds, 3.2 seconds to Drew Stewart. But to show you how close this is, 10 cars within 9/10 of a second in qualifying, all the way up from your championship leader in the BRSCC National Championship, Jordan Dempsey, all the way down to Megan Gilks in 10th position, 9/10 of a second. The cars making their way around on their green flag lap, and perhaps more than ever, this is the race where I'm going to be pacing myself, I think, a little bit on this green flag lap. From experience, these national Formula 4 drivers, they will absolutely give no quarter on their racing. They will race you right to the edge on this one. So expect to see some hair-raising moments from this national crowd. And it's fantastic, as always, to see our Scottish contingent in there, mixing it with the national lot as well, and showing that they can have the pace as well. So a big bumper grid then, 20 cars taking part here in the Formula Ford, the first race for the Scottish Formula Ford and BRSCC National Formula Ford Championship. Remember that the David Leslie Trophy also on offer today, and we'll bring in more details of that through the course of the afternoon. But all eyes realistically on Jordan Dempsey. He had an amazing first round out there. As he, it was pretty much a lights to flag victory at Silverstone International just a couple of weeks ago at the end of March there. Rory Smith currently in second place in the championship, and then it's Colin Queen who is in third place, just 20 points behind your championship leader. Of course, up here in Scotland, this is round one, so it's all to play for. And again, a lot of attention we can see on our social media channels for that man there in the number 8. Lucas Blakely, and of course one man that we don't see on the grid this season that we haven't had the chance to have a talk about was your reigning champion, the number 1, Jordan Gronkowski, who decided to call it a day with Formula Fords, and he is now unbelievably focusing all of his time on sim racing. A very popular pastime for many of the drivers, and ironically, Jordan stepping away to focus on sim racing, and the likes of Lucas Blakely, well known for his sim racing, being an F1 esports professional, coming in. We saw him, of course, at the E-Rock Race of Champions, where sensationally he took the scalp of one Sebastian Vettel. Many questioning whether or not it was Sebastian's lack of interest in the championship. I'll tell you what, right now, to be 1/10 of a second behind the pole sitter for the Scottish Championship, this boy has some natural talent, and you're about to see what happens here. It all rests on this first race, as the marshals doing the wonderful job of getting them all lined up as quickly as they possibly can. Jordan Dempsey at the front of the field has been waiting for about 30 seconds, but that's going to feel what feels like an eternity, and we get ready to resume racing. We hope you've enjoyed your lunch break, and we hope you're sitting down comfortably, because this is going to be absolutely manic as these cars get ready to get underway for racing. The green flag flies then. There's the board is out on the gantry. The lights are about to go up here, and we're about to resume racing here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. The lights are off, and away we go. And it's a great start then for Jordan Dempsey, as we see Colin Queen tucking in, and is going to be trying to go round the outside. That's never going to work, as the last of the late breakers down into Duffus Dip there. You see the cars squirreling about. No aero on these cars. Very thin tyres on these Formula Fords with the 1600cc Kent engine, which gives them that parity, which makes it one of the closest, most equally fought championships out there in the UK today. But as the cars making their way through, surprisingly, it's all very prim and proper as they go through Clarkson for the first time of asking. It looks like all of the cars there. As look at that, that's a 5-car breakaway. You can hear the squeal of the tyres begging for mercy there, and that's up the inside there. That's a great move, and they're all going to be side by side coming up the back straight there. So Jordan Dempsey in the lead then, and that also means that that looks like Colin Queen has lost out that position, but that's going to be late into the brakes then, into that corner there. 2 abreast coming down through Duffus Dip. Genuinely not something that you see every day here at Knockhill. Beautiful move on the inside to McIntyre's there, and Dempsey starting to streak away in the lead of this race then. And we've got a safety car out already, so just like our first race of the day. And who is that we've got? Can't quite get an ID on that car. I think that might be the number 40 of Andrew Rackstraw, who hasn't come through. It is indeed. He's not shown on the timing screens as completed a lap, and that is off at Clark's. Very easy to do that there, and you can see from the skid marks, and you can see from the gravel trap there, that all he's done is that he's likely just spun the car, probably on the curbing on that inside line. You do not want to touch that curbing there. It will throw the car off balance, and especially with these Formula Ford cars, they're really struggling for any sort of traction and any sort of stability then. Lap 2 then, we're under safety car conditions. Jordan Dempsey from Colin Queen from Jamie Sharp in third, Lucas Romanek up to fourth position, Morgan Quinn in fifth, Benjamin Cochrane in sixth position, Sean Rashid in seventh, Megan Gilks up into eighth position from that 10th position start there, so good gains there. Michael Gray, the leader of the Scottish pack, up into P9, David Maloney into P10, Gabe Taish into 11th place, Neil Broom up into 12th place there, and Brendan McCann into 13th position. Number 8, Lucas Blakely down into 14th, possibly getting a baptism of fire, learning just how frantic the starts of these races can be. He's still ahead to the 92 of Matty Chisholm, who is down in 15th position there. Tom Nippers in 16th, Drew Stewart in the 93 is in 17th, Bryn Kinch in 18th, Andre Lafond bringing up the rear of the group there, and as I said, I fear that is the number 40 of Andrew Rackstraw, who is into the gravel at Clark's. That'll be a very, very quick recovery for that car. In fact, there is the recovery truck on scene. They'll head in and start pulling that car out of the gravel there. But again, a chance for the drivers to regroup, a chance for them to take a breath and see exactly how the car's handling after those first frantic laps there, how the tyres are holding up, if there's any changes that they need to make for the second race of this weekend. But a glorious, truly glorious sight to see so many Formula Fords back here at Knockhill. We do lose one from the field, that'll put us down to 19, but I think that'll have an absolutely marginal effect on the racing that we are about to see here. So again, seeing Andrew Rackstraw being recovered onto the track there, and this was, from the looks of it, certainly going to be one of his better results for Rackstraw. Certainly not seeing any results from his outing at Silverstone, so I'm going to presume this is going to be his first time out this season. And yeah, not the best, but a very, very common mistake here at Knockhill, especially at Clark's, and it's not going to be the last car that you see off into the gravel by any stretch of the imagination. But the car's weaving about, and if you're maybe a little bit new to single-seater racing, you wonder why the cars are weaving from left to right. The cars are going at a much slower pace than race pace, so they're doing whatever they can to try and generate friction into those tyres. Friction then causes heat, which tries to keep the heat in both the brakes and in the tyres as well. Heat makes the rubber tyres sticky, and it makes them grip more to the track, and means that they can use a little bit more speed when going into the corners. And also, as a racing driver, it looks cool as well. It feels kind of cool just to do that. I remember doing that in my little Peugeot 107 that had absolutely no horsepower whatsoever, and it had no benefit, but it made me feel amazing to weave the car from left to right, and it just looked a little bit cool as well. But there is genuinely a purpose for these cars doing it. The thin tyres as well, the tread wall and the tread on these tyres very, very thin. So again, trying to keep whatever heat you can into the tyres is going to be a massive, massive benefit, and that is exactly what you are seeing there. But the car's been pulled out of the gravel, so I can't think that we're going to have too much longer to go with the safety car. Certainly you see the yellow flags fluttering by there, but the light's still on here, and watching the safety car coming through as well then. So as we are on about 14 minutes left to go, and of course what will happen is that this is a timed race rather than a lap counted race. It looks like we're going to have one more lap of the safety car here. As you can see into pit lane, that is the car that's been recovered, being inspected. I doubt they'll find any damage on that car, but they'll certainly have to decant what looks like half a tonne of gravel that will likely be in hiding in all of the nooks and crannies in that car. That will not be helping the handling of that car whatsoever. So just to remind you, if you've just tuned in, the number 40 of Andrew Rackstraw spins off at Clark Corner, bringing out the safety car. The pace starting to pick up on that safety car, so maybe thinking about coming in this lap. Will certainly keep you updated on that. From the national viewpoint, it's Jordan Dempsey ahead of Colin Queen, Jamie Sharp and Lucas Romanek. That's your top four in there. For the Scottish contingent, Michael Gray leads Neil Broom, Lucas Blakely and Matty Chisholm. And they are currently in P9 for Michael Gray, P12 for Neil Broom, P14 for Lucas Blakely, P15 for Matty Chisholm. And there we go. So again, these wonderful single-seaters are no stranger to Knockhill here. It's been a resurgent scene. It goes up and down, and at the moment I'm hoping that the sight of having all these cars means that we're going to see more of these Scottish Formula Fords taking part through the season, as well as at the moment we have just got the 5 Drew Stewart making up the 5th car there down in 17th place. But the safety car looks like it's away. It looks like we are getting ready for a restart then. 12 minutes left to go in the race, and Jordan Dempsey now becomes the de facto safety car. He dictates the pace. He dictates at what point the cars go, and you can hear by the engine notes rising, the 1600cc Kent engines roaring to life out the hairpin, and we go racing again here at Knockhill. Green flags fly, and have a look at those 19 Formula Fords tearing down into Duffus Dip then. Just over 11 minutes left to go in this race here, and you can see what a great start that is for Jordan Dempsey then. He's got a gap of about 0.8 of a second over Colin Queen in second place there. He's under pressure from Jamie Sharp just behind him. The car's coming through, then McIntyre's down into the compression at Butcher's, up over the chicane there, and again you can see just how important the slipstream is for these cars. A little wiggle of the car at the back there. I think that was Mikey Gray that having a bit of a moment, and again I said earlier, you're going to see cars flirting with that gravel on the exit of Clark's there, and look at that, that is the number 62 Colin Queen having to defend from Jamie Sharp. The car's squealing, the tyres squealing for mercy, trying to get any sort of traction, and he's going to have to think better of it. Jamie Sharp still right on the gearbox right now of Colin Queen, as we've got just over 10 minutes left to go in this race 1 of the Scottish the Scottish Formula Ford 1600s and the BRSCC National Formula Ford 1600s as well. Very welcome to see our UK-wide counterparts joining in with this, and it's always amazing pace that they bring to the table up here in Scotland, and every time you speak to the drivers they absolutely love coming to Knockhill. It's such a tight, twisty technical track, as we heard there in the pre-race interviews there on the grid. It's many times been described as a bit of a roller coaster, as we see the number 89 of Jamie Sharp again having a look on the outside. It's going to be late braking, but again not going to happen. He's just waiting, he's holding his patience here. Really good move there from Jamie Sharp, but he's going to have to watch out, because look at Lucas Romanek here. Lucas, no stranger to the podium here for the BRSCC National Formula Ford 1600s as they go down into Duffus Dip then for the next time of asking. We are halfway into the race pace then, 10 minutes left to go in this race, and your race leader Jordan Dempsey looking so very comfortable out there in front. And you can obviously see why a little squirrel of the back tyres there coming out of the chicane. You can see the dedication to the Kevin Mills Racing driver, absolutely sending it over the chicane there. And if I'm not mistaken, that gap's actually come down. It is, because Colin Queen did the fastest lap of the race. That last lap round, 53.759. That was 0.2 of a second, nearly 0.3 of a second faster than your race leader. So what was looking like a commanding lead from Jordan Dempsey has just evaporated in the space of one lap. We've now got a 4-car battle for the lead between Jordan Dempsey, Colin Queen, Jamie Sharp, and Lucas Romanek now takes fastest lap of the race there, 53.707, and this is building up to an amazing, oh my goodness me, that was a huge moment coming down Duffus Dip there. You could see the car just absolutely in a tank slapper there from Jordan Dempsey, and this is the way that you drive these Formula Ford cars. Almost dancing on the edge of traction, dancing on the edge of control, and that is out of the race for car number 69 from the looks of it. I'm just trying to get an ID on who that is. That's Brandon McCon, and that looks like contact with the number 8, and that is going to be Lucas Blakely. So Lucas Blakely then having had a collision presumably with that number 69 car, and the front nose hanging off of that number 8 machine, and that is going to be a bit of repair work for the team at GBR, I believe, this afternoon. They'll get that car fixed up. But back to your race leaders then, as 8 minutes left to go in the race, and again a little bit of a gap now opening up to Jordan Jordan Dempsey there, as that means that Colin Queen, Jamie Sharp and Lucas Romanek still putting him under so much pressure. And again, it's all you have to do. You want to try and break that toe, you want to try and break that gap behind and make sure that the car behind has no chance of doing it. Look at the run here from Colin Queen now though. He's now just 0.2 of a second. He's almost onto the back gearbox then of Jordan Dempsey. Sensational stuff then as we come into the closing stages of this race. This is time to perfection for Colin Queen here. He's got the slipstream. It's going to be last of the late breakers. We can see a move from Jamie Sharp and Lucas Romanek as well. Romanek can't quite make that happen there, and they get themselves out of the final chicane, and Romanek having to think again on that one on Jamie Sharp here. Your leader's down to Duffus Dip as well then, and again another little look to the inside there from Lucas Romanek. Again, not going to happen here. Dempsey seems to be slow through Duffus, through McIntyre's, and then through the chicane, and he absolutely lights it up towards the second half of the circuit as he exits over the curb at Clark's here. Look at the run again that Colin Queen has in that second place car. Doing an absolutely incredible job there is Colin Queen for Ammonite Motorsport, and they're going to be thrilled with the performance that he is putting up just now. Jamie Sharp down there in third place for BM Racing has got Lucas Romanek. They're going to be side by side. They're going to be late braking into the hairpin there. I think that Jamie Sharp's just going to see that off there, but Lucas Romanek tries to get the exit from that corner, and the Oldfield Motorsport car is frustrated to say the very least, as we've got just 6.5 minutes left. I did promise you this was going to be fast, frantic and absolutely absurd racing here, and this is exactly what we've got from the BRSCC National Formula Ford. Let's give you an update on our Scottish contingent as well. Michael Gray still our leading Scottish car right now, down there in 9th position. Then it is going to be Neil Broom, I believe, that is down in 16th position. Matty Chisholm in 17th. Then you've got Lucas Blakely, who is 1 lap down. I'm presuming he's going to be off into the pit lane. And then it is so that is the 4 out of the 5, and I'll get an ID on our Drew Stewart. In fact, Drew Stewart is actually up in 15th position, but have a look at this then. Lucas Romanek tries to have a look up the inside. He's absolutely hammering onto the brakes there. He gets the move done. Brilliant, brilliant move there from Lucas Romanek up the inside of Jamie Sharp. Jamie Sharp, though, gets the move back out of the hairpin there, and I am almost lost for words at how chaotic this race is there. Look at your leader now, Jordan Dempsey, under huge pressure from Colin Queen. They're almost side by side going down the hill. Literally side by side, though, is Lucas Romanek and Jamie Sharp. So Romanek ahead in that number 73 machine of Jamie Sharp there. And Jamie is he's going to be frustrated. It's a huge slide out of the chicane there for Lucas Romanek, looking one way, then the other. It's not going to happen for Jamie Sharp. He's doing an absolute defensive masterclass 101 right now. But is it going to be a move for Colin Queen? We're now down to 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to the closing stages of this incredible race. A squeal of tyres going into the hairpin there, but both of your race leaders out of there, and that's a great exit from the corner from Jamie Sharp. They're going to be side by side on the drag race up the start-finish straight, but it's going to be into Duffus Dip yet again. Lucas Romanek's going to try and close that door. He can't, because that car is alongside him. How late are they going to be on the inside? They're side by side going down the hill, and Romanek forced to take the exit road down to the emergency escape road there, and Jamie Sharp takes back third place. Unbelievable scenes. We now turn our attention then to Colin Queen and Jordan Dempsey. You get the feeling that he's just waiting, biding his time, as we say up here in Scotland. But the leaders in that fight, and again, look at Lucas Romanek. No sooner said than done. Back up to the tail end of Jamie Sharp right now. And I feel so sorry for the other 14 to 16 cars in this race, because we haven't had even a look in on the rest of them. But as we go in with 4 minutes left to go then, it's Dempsey from Queen, Romanek from Sharp, Quinn from Cochrane, Gilks, Rashid and Gray and Maloney. That rounds out your top 10. Then all the way back then, it's Tesh to LaFond, Chisholm to Nippers, Kinch, Stewart, Broom, Blakely and McGowan. And here we go back down at the McIntyres then. This is, I believe, this is your race leaders. So they're already coming up on lap traffic, and that looks like the number 3. Is that Neil Broom? In fact, actually, it's out there. It's not, actually. So let's have a look there. I'm just trying to figure out who that is with that that broken nose cone that's there, because we've obviously got our leader, which is the number 3, Jordan Dempsey, being harassed by Colin Queen. That might actually be Lucas Blakely, who is trying to hold on, and Colin Queen trying to hold on to any sort of traction left on that car there. You saw it squirreling under braking there. He tried to get a better run out here as we've got blue flags flying. Lucas Blakely is in a very unenviable position right now. He's in the middle of a third and fourth sandwich right now, but look at your race leaders come down into Duffus Step. We've got 2 minutes 40 left to go in this race, and I'm going to need a defibrillator, I think, by the end of this race, because my heart is going about 170, 180 BPM. Such is the frantic nature of this action on here, and this is exactly what the BRSCC National Formula Ford package delivers, along with the SMRC Scottish Formula Ford 1600s. This is exactly the type of racing that you want to see here on a Sunday afternoon here at Knockhill. It's Jordan Dempsey then, first position from Colin Queen, but look at this, Lucas Romanek ahead of Jamie Sharp, again around the outside, trailing on the brakes there. Can't quite get that done, but you can see what Colin Queen's trying to do. It's a bit of the old Pavlov's bell here, because he's trying to teach Jordan Dempsey into going into a particular line. He's like, I'm going to go this way, I'm then going to go that way. I bet in the last lap he's going to make a move on a side that he hasn't gone before. He's going to try and go around the outside of McIntyre's. Never in a month of Sundays is that going to work here, as we see the battle here for Lucas Romanek then and Jamie Sharp. Romanek finally getting ahead of Jamie Sharp on track, and again glued to the gearbox of Jordan Dempsey right now, trying his best to actually get this done. And there we go, side by side then along the back straight then, they're wheel to wheel, front wheel to back wheel. And is he going to be able to make this work? Colin Queen is going to try and trail the brakes around the outside, and Jordan Dempsey gets that car pulled in yet again, and by which point it must be extremely frustrating for Colin Queen. We've got 1 minute left to go here, and look at that side by side. Just behind that is Lucas Romanek again with Jamie Sharp. They're still giving absolutely everything that they can then, and it's almost side by side for your 2 race leaders as well. Thrilling stuff. We hope you've really enjoyed this. I certainly have up here in the commentary box as well. It's been an epic race here. Jordan Dempsey, I think, is going to age about 5 years by the time he gets out of this car. Colin Queen really harassing and stalking that car in front. So much so, I think Jordan Dempsey is going to need to get some sort of a restraining order against Colin Queen, because look at how close those cars are right now. And this is exactly the plan from Colin Queen. Again, every single time moving to that outside. This is going to be the final lap, I think, here with 18 seconds left to go. Jordan Dempsey out of the hairpin then and pulling up the line. There we go, confirmation, last lap board is held out. And just looking behind there as well, look at Jamie Sharp and Lucas Romanek. They've now got Morgan Quinn just behind them as well. So what was looking like a nice little battle for second place is now turning in, and there we go, up the inside. Out of absolutely nowhere, Colin Queen has waited 7.5 laps. He sends it up the inside of McIntyre's, catches Jordan Dempsey absolutely sleeping on that one. He was expecting to make a move going into the hairpin there. That is an incredible move there. That was lined up laps and laps ago there from Colin Queen, who's going to go into the lead of this race on the last lap in the most dramatic fashion. Lucas Romanek, and that's a late lunge there from Jordan Dempsey. Absolute desperation. That's all you can do, and that's all any race driver is ever going to do. You want to take that race win, but taking the race win, Colin Queen. An unbelievable BRSCC National Formula Ford race here with the Scottish Formula Ford 1600s. Jordan Dempsey finishes in second place. Lucas Romanek taking third place ahead of Jamie Sharp. Morgan Quinn is going to feel very hard done by. Benjamin Cochrane in sixth position. David Maloney in seventh. Sean Rashid jumps up to eighth on the line there ahead of Andre Lafond. Andre Lafond, ladies and gentlemen, started at the back of the grid and finishes in P9. Unbelievable scenes. Gabe Tesh finishes in P10. Megan Gilks in 11th position. Matty Chisholm is up into P12 as well. And I believe that means that Matty Chisholm actually our leading Scottish driver then. So we'll have to find out what happened to Michael Gray there. Then you've got Tom Nippers in the 189 in 13th position. There is Michael Gray at the side of the track. That looks like on the exit of Clark Corner, and he does not look best pleased, as you can well imagine, having to retire from this race. And I'm looking at the car, and I'm no mechanic, but I'm pretty sure that back right looks a little bit buckled. It looks like one of the drive shaft slash suspension components a little bit bent on the rear right of that car there. Neil Broom is going to finish in 17th position, Lucas Blakely in 18th, 19th place for Brandon McGaughan, and then 20th position for Andrew Rackstraw, who does not finish. But what an incredible, incredible race. Andy Alston waiting down in pit lane. Over to you, buddy.
Well, what a race that was. Absolutely fantastic action from start to finish. But it's that man there, Colin Queen, who takes the checkered flag here at Knockhill with a fantastic last lap move. Colin, fantastic action between him and Jordan Dempsey, but it's Colin Queen who takes the win. And Colin, talk us through that move on the last lap of that race.
Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, man, it was such a tough race, you know, such great defending from Jordan. But yeah, I guess on the last lap, you know, just try to get as good as a run of out of turn 1 as possible, and then yeah, just send it in the inside and into 3. But yeah, just try to keep the tires as you know, cool as possible the whole time, not to overheat them. And I think I did a good job with that. You know, I just can't thank the team enough. We've had great pace all weekend. So yeah, it was amazing.
A great drive out there. Many congratulations, Colin.
Thank you.
Let's get a quick chat with Jordan Dempsey after that race. Jordan, you led most of that race, but a last lap move there by Colin Queen just securing the checkered flag. But talk us through that one.
Yeah, it was hard. The car seemed to be struggling a bit there, and that's how he caught me up again. Then it was just all about defending and trying not to leave any gaps anywhere. And to be honest, where he passed me, I'd say he must have had a wheel in the grass because there wasn't much room there. So yeah, I just seen him coming through and I was like, yeah, I don't really want an accident. I'm going for something else here.
And it looked like Colin was trying to make a move with a cutback on the hairpin in particular as well, and trying to make that move there. But every time you were just parking the car on the inside and just stopping that from ever happening.
Yeah, see, I knew of all places I was easiest to pass, it was there. So I knew as soon as I came out I needed to cover that off. Yeah, and then just try and keep him behind. But obviously I failed in doing that in the last lap, but overall it's a good race, still good points for the championship. So thanks to all my sponsors, thanks to Kevin Mills Racing, MCP Engines and all them people. So yeah, hopefully I can go one better in race 2.
So I look forward to seeing how you go on. Thanks for speaking to us, Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jordan Dempsey there, P2 on the road in the National Championship. Let's take a look further afield. Let's speak to third place man Lucas Romanek. Lucas put on a fabulous show from start to finish. It was packed full of drama. Let's hear what he has to say. Lucas, that was very entertaining for us to watch. It must have been more entertaining for you behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, it was great. All race long, it was just all battles every lap. I don't think we had one clean lap.
And there was a couple of moves in particular. It was side by side. It was very, very nervy stuff. Going into Duffus in particular, it was very, very dramatic. And was there a particular moment or phase in the lap where you felt that you just had to get the elbows out and defend? And was there perhaps another area where you could maybe try and get the overtaking moves done? Yeah,
of course. You know, when you see the timer going down, you know, you have to make a move or you have to defend. And yeah, I'm just thankful that me and Jamie had such a great race.
Absolutely. And what's your approach going into race number 2?
Just all out attack, really. Can't really lose any more positions now, so got to keep going forward.
Absolutely. Thanks for speaking to us, Lucas.
Thank you.
Lucas Romanek there, who was P3 on the road in that dramatic opener here at Knockhill. Let's take a look just further down and speak to a couple of other drivers here who are just parked up. Neil Broom there with a lot of damage to the front of that car there. Just look at the front nose cone there and see what's what. It's a significant damage there, and that'll be a big repair job for the team. It'll be a new nose to say the least. Let's see if we can grab a quick chat with Neil Broom and get his thoughts on the action there in the opener. And let's see, Neil, talk us through that one and just the damage in the car. Was that affecting performance quite significantly?
Oh, horribly. You can see that my front push rod is absolutely banana shaped. The car was barely drivable, but I just thought I'll hang on, see what else happens. And as it turned out, Mikey had a problem as well, so it was right to hang on, but a bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think you can get the car out there for the second race this afternoon? Or
Absolutely, absolutely. If with enough tank tape and cable ties, we'll be back out there.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing you out there, Neil.
Lovely.
Thanks for
Cheers
speaking.
very much.
Neil Broom there, and let's just hand over back to Dave Christie in the commentary box for the next race that's about to get underway.
Thanks very much there. Andy Alston down there in the holding area for us here on this SMRC race day powered by Reece Insurance. Up next then, ladies and gentlemen, is the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reece Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. And this, for me, is a very welcome return to this series. A couple of years ago, we were looking at having maybe 5, 6, 7 cars on the grid, and now we are back up to a bumper 15, 16 car grid. Lots to talk about, lots of cars out there that we need to have a look at, but remember, there are 2 separate classes within this race as well. We have the Fiesta ST race cars, the Mark 6 ST150s. They are the ones that were made between 2003 to 2008. They're powered by the standard 2-litre Duratec engine that's in the road going car. But there's also a car for the slightly lesser specification challenge car. Now that was made as a more affordable alternative to the full-blown Fiesta ST Championship. We've got 3 cars in the ST Challenge class, and we've got about another 13 in the proper ST class as well. It has seen no stranger to some big names as this series took over from the much-loved, as I said earlier on, the much-loved XR2 Championship. This was the natural successor to move up to the STs. And, of course, the XR2s had the likes of Gordon Shedden, among many others, including one man that's on the grid today, Peter Cruikshank, who has been decades racing here with the SMRC. And the ongoing joke, whenever we spoke to him as part of the Knockhill commentary team, was that his overalls were older than him at some points. But yeah, fantastic to see Peter back out on the grid in the number 61. Another car to watch out for today is Ben Kriener in the number 38. Now, some of you may know him from his exploits in sim racing. Some of you might know him from his exploits driving in the Euro NASCAR Championship a couple of years ago. Made some big headway as being a very fast, very young Scottish racing driver. So he is out there as well, taking the other turn in the ST Challenge class as well. Also out there as well, good to see that our 2021 champion Stephen Gray is back out there alongside some of the other contenders that were out there as well. I'm just having a look through there as well. Mark Dixon, actually your ST Challenge champion from 2021, moves up into the full-blown ST Cup Championship as well. And what will happen is the car's already into to pit lane. They'll be making their way down through from the holding area and then out on to the grid as well. But if you have just joined us, as I said earlier on, a very warm welcome to Knockhill here in Fife in Scotland. For those of you that have been here, then you know exactly what to expect. But for those of you who have never been to the circuit before, well, please do make it a must visit, because it is on the bucket list for any motor racing fan here in the UK. As I said, located here in Fife in Scotland. This is the inaugural live stream for the Scottish Motor Racing Club, and you know, continuing that momentum they've had of doing everything they can to improve and push forward the appearance and the experience of racing drivers here in Scotland. And just again, watching the recovery of Michael Gray's car here. That will take a couple of seconds, and then we'll get the cars out on to the grid. But again, a huge thank you to the team behind the scenes here at AJK Television, who are bringing us these awesome pictures and sounds that are dotted. There's several cameramen dotted all the way through the circuit here, and we've got our very own production team in the office here who are putting all of this together. But that's enough stalling, because the car, as you can see, probably not the best use of words there, but Michael Gray's car is off the circuit. The gate will be closed, and it looks like the holding area gets opened up. Yep, my eagle eyes can see the safety car heading its way down onto pit lane. And if we're very lucky, we'll maybe be able to cross to Andy Alston, who might be able to catch some of the cars on the grid there. But again, very, very fast turnarounds between some of the races as well. And we'll keep our eye on that one. But the car's making their way out, so I guess it's time to have a little look at the grids of this Fiesta ST, including the ST Challenge. David Colville in pole position then, ahead of Stephen Gray on row 1. Brodie Orr makes his return again to the Fiesta STs after a mixed year last year in 3rd place. Joining him on row 2 is going to be Mark Dixon. Ian Blackley in 5th position, alongside Liam McGill. Ben Kriener in his first outing in the Fiesta ST Championship against the man, the myth, the legend himself, Peter Cruikshank, who will be absolutely showing him how it's done. I've got no doubt whatsoever. Kieran Preedy. Now this is a cool little story. Kieran Preedy stepping out up from the Citroen C1s, moving into the Fiesta ST Championship. So a great intro for him as well. Russell Morgan in P10 as well. Stephen Ward in P11, with Gerald Henry in 12th position. Stuart Murray in 13th, with Aaron Ward in 14th position. And then at the back of the grid, Lucy Hales-Maver rounding out the ST grid here. So cars making their way round then on their green flag lap here, and the STs are you know, a bit of a common sight here in Scotland. It made sense for them to become a popular race car championship up here, and the ethos for the SMRC has pretty much been, if there's an audience for it, we'll make a market for it. And we saw that with their bold jump a couple of years ago into the Citroen C1 and making that class, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But yeah, they came up trumps on that championship for sure, and great to see the Fiesta ST Championship coming back to the fore. Supported, of course, by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. If you're brand new to the SMRC YouTube channel or here on the Facebook page, we'd love it if you could hit that like button. If you want to subscribe as well, we are doing live streams through the entirety of the season. You can see there Brodie Orr lining up in 3rd position on the grid there, the number 31 car, and just getting pushed back a little bit there. So the marshals will line up the cars, and you can see the Knockhill commentator himself, Duncan Vincent, having a chat with our number 52 car there of David Colville. And he's also going to have a little chat there. You can see 2nd place on the grid is Stephen Gray there in that Fiesta ST. So we are ready to go then. The ready flag is going to be given at the back then. The green flag is going to wave, and we are just seconds away from the 2nd race of our post-lunch break action here. So many races to get through this afternoon. This is the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. We've got what looks like a 15-car grid ready to go. 30-second board is out, and we prepare ourselves for yet another race here. So just waiting for that 5-second board to come out, and we get ready to go racing yet again. Race 4 of the afternoon here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. The lights starting to go on the gantry bridge. The cars hold, the revs rise. And we go racing yet again, and that's a poor start on the inside there for Dave Colville. Steve Gray looks like he's got the jump on the outside. Who's that coming up on the inside there? That looks like Stephen Ward making absolute hay while the sun shines there, but round the outside is the number 24. Stephen Gray tries to hold on and says no you don't, as Dave Colville elbows him out the way as politely as you like. Oh, and that's a huge accident waiting to happen. How did that not happen? How did that absolutely miss? Mark Dixon threads the eye of the needle, goes onto the grass, at which point he is completely a passenger. And you could hear there from my reaction that I knew what was the way to happen there, and it didn't. Somehow missed both of those cars there and goes sliding on into the gravel. we'll wait to see what is going to happen there, because that car is very, very deep in the gravel, and we've seen the stewards and the clerk of the course very quick to call a safety car, but we'll keep an eye out on that. As it is, the car's still racing there, and that means that Mark Dixon slips down from that forward position, and yeah, as you can imagine, straight into a red flag there. The cars will immediately stop, and wow, that is... Let's take a second to reflect on that, because that is quite possibly our biggest get out of jail free card I think we'll see this season, as Mark Dixon flying down, you've got to say about 75% race pace, thrown onto the grass again, at which point there's nothing he can do. That grass has no traction whatsoever, and somehow, miracle of all miracles, missed every single car and ended up just beaching himself into that gravel. Unbelievable, unbelievable stuff there from Mark Dixon there. He'll be very quickly recovered. Doesn't look like there's any damage on that car. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you try and get 15 cars into one corner at the start of the race there. Unbelievable, unbelievable stuff there. So the cars back to the grid, back to their holding positions, and waiting to get back started again. And if anything, this is a second chance for Dave Colville there, because you saw there on that race start there, on second place, Stephen Gray got a lightning start there. He absolutely sent it over, and oh my goodness me, right, okay, well that is somewhat slightly different. That would now explain why we've got a red flag. We've got the number 7 of Stuart Murray, who is upside down in the gravel. Thankfully, it looks like the driver out of that, and well, I mean, that is... yeah, that's not what you want to see. And again, the other thing as well is that how incredibly strong. In fact, there you go, you see Stuart at the side of the track there, and just explain to one of the marshals exactly what happened there. Now I'm trying to figure out, is that through the chicane? That's definitely not at the same corner that we saw. That's brilliant. Now that gives us everything that we need to know. That is through Butchers. And that's I've seen this exact accident happen a few times. Now, I would imagine, again, without getting any replays here, that there's been contact, and what you'll have found is that Stuart Murray is likely, and again, I could be completely wrong here, but this is just the theory, is that Stuart Murray is going to be the left-hand car, and we've seen it time and time again when a car is just on his inside rear bumper, and the car gets sent off, and the tyre marks and the skid marks would suggest this, that car's went spearing off at a rate of knots into that gravel trap on the right hand side. And when the cars are jostling for position like this, you know, there's no quarter given, certainly no malice intended in that in any way whatsoever, but well, that is a very, very clear result, and that car, thankfully, with all of the safety precautions that are taken in place, firstly the fact that the driver's straight out of the car there, but the likelihood is they'll get that car back on all four wheels, and I would imagine that car will be able to start, and very likely maybe a bit of duct tape, but I would imagine that doesn't look like there's going to be too much damage. These cars are built very, very strong indeed, and yeah, interesting to see. That is exactly why we've got the red flag then, not just for that incident at the bottom of McIntyre's, but a big, big incident there for our number 7 of Stuart Murray there. So yeah, that was a very, very scary accident, I can imagine, for the driver. Thankfully, again, as we say, he's absolutely fine, standing by the side of the track as some of the track staff look on. And again, you know, having done real life racing myself in the most limited of contexts, I've never had an incident like this. But yeah, I mean, it's just a case of fear absolutely takes over. And you have to just keep going with it. But as we see there, while we've got this red flag, this makes a perfect opportunity then for us to head down to pit lane and Andy Alston.
All right, you join us here on the start-finish straight in the Fiestas. Dave Colville is here on the inside line. Dave joins us now. Dave, you're on the inside here going into Duffus. Is that a little bit of a concern when the lights go out in the end?
No, not at all. It's the best line to be on. Gives you the inside for the corner and means you've got the best chance of staying in the lead. So yeah, suits me very well, thank you.
Excellent, good stuff. Well, I feel like that confidence, Dave. What's your kind of your thoughts going into here with the restart? Is it just try and get it power down early and try and get them?
Just a clean start and without getting into any sort of trouble, and try and get out front and try and gap Stephen. Yeah. That's the plan.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing how you get on, Dave. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Dave Colville there in the 52 car. Let's speak to the man who is going to be alongside him at the front row of the grid. That is, of course, the 24 of Stephen Gray. Stephen is here and speak to us now. Stephen, what's your approach here going into the restart? How are you going to shape things up and try and get a move past Dave?
Yeah, I made a pretty good start last time as well, so hopefully just try and do the same again. Yeah, and it's going to be very tricky at the first corner. I'm just going to try and see where all the cars land up, to be honest.
Dave seems quite happy being on the inside going into Duffus, but what's your kind of thoughts on this one? You've got the outside, but it is perhaps the arguably racing line in normal conditions.
Yeah, it gives Dave a really good advantage to kind of just defend into that first corner. It's quite hard to go around the outside. So I think if we're neck and neck, it's definitely an advantage for Dave being on the inside, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Well, Stephen, look forward to seeing how you get on there. Best of luck and thanks for speaking to us.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Stephen Gray there in the 24 car, so it's Colville from Gray at the front. Then further back we've got the 31 of Orr. Quite a gap there now between them and the 62 and the 333 car. So it's the Marshals just doing a little bit of final preparations before the lights go out for the restart. But let's get a quick chat here with our 31 car, Mr. Orr. And what's the approach here? Second row on the grid, but you've got a little bit of a gap to your left-hand side. Are you quite happy with where you're shaping up so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's my best qualifying so far, so hopefully I can turn it to result and just keep clean.
No, good stuff. Well, look forward to seeing how you're getting on. So that is the 31 car, and just further back we've got the 62, the 333s, and we've just got the safety car making its way to the back of the pack now, so the action will get underway in a few moments' time, and that's the perfect time to hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Andy Alston down there on the grid for us for the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. We'll try that again, get a second go at the race here. Obviously that's first lap incident involving Mark Dixon, completely separate to the incident involving the number 7 of Stuart Murray. Both drivers out okay. Their cars will need a little bit of TLC and they'll be back onto the grid. I'm pretty sure the marshal running down, signifying that there's going to be another green flag lap, which makes sense because the drivers need to regroup. They need to get themselves back and concentrating again here, and that green flag lap will be underway very, very shortly. But again, that'll be as soon as we get this car recovered, and you can see the frantic work from both the marshals and the Knockhill track staff here, doing a grand job of getting this racetrack sorted and back to tip-top condition. And you know, this is the unsung work. This is the stuff that you don't normally see on the race coverage, is the unglamorous work of them having to soak up whatever fluid's been dropped by the cars, or having to sweep off gravel from the 16 cars that have decided to trail gravel onto the track. You know, they work so hard in making sure this racetrack is as clean and as clear as the drivers can possibly have, and you know, more often than not they do it for a lunch and a bit of a thank you, and yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful job. And you know, we say that an awful lot, and we genuinely do mean it, because I've got so many friends here at Knockhill that do marshal. Big shout out obviously to the likes of Edward Porter and Jamie Nicholson, who are massive fans of both myself and Andy. They're constantly chatting to us on social media and giving us big love wherever we go. So a huge thank you to them, and you know, it's great to see. But that looks like that is it, nearly done and dusted. The marshals making their way back to the post, as you can see that precarious ST150 dangling in midair like some sort of really weird crane game. getting back into the recovery track. And also then it's going to be 1 green flag lap and 11 racing laps. That's what we've got to look forward to in just over a couple of minutes' time. That car will be placed onto the recovery vehicle. The track staff will exit stage left, and we are just a couple of minutes away from getting back to green flag action here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. If you've just joined us, a very warm welcome. Welcome along to the stream. This is the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. This is currently race number 6 of the race number 4 of the afternoon. We're not that far ahead, but 2 red flags have tried to eat into the enjoyment factor of the afternoon, and it's not having any luck so far because we will still be running on schedule. We'll certainly speed things up and get things back underway. Up next is the Scottish C1 Cup, the SMTA Scottish C1 Cup, as we see one of the SMRC staff putting Usain Bolt to his limits there. Goodness me, that was quite the sprint down the hill there. And actually that does bring up a rather interesting point here, because this camera here gives you an idea of something that, if you've never been to Knockhill, something that gets overlooked is just how much the height changes on this track. So through the compression down the hill it butchers here, and then on the run up to the chicane it's unbelievable. So one of the things that you're more than welcome to do, the likes of the Superbike weekends and the British Touring cars, is if you're camping, you can end up going on the Friday night, you can go for a little wander around the track, and you get to experience just how much of an intensive workout it is trying to go around. And yeah, I can assure you I'm not the fittest of people, and it knocks me for 6 trying to walk around this circuit, but nonetheless it certainly puts the cars through their paces here as well. As a reminder, if you are just watching us or just new to the SMRC YouTube or Facebook page, if you want to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you've got anybody that you think that would like to enjoy the racing action this afternoon, then please feel free to share that link with them. As we said, we're in the middle of waiting for the Fiesta ST Cup, the recovery truck on its way round. Up next is the Scottish C1 Cup. Then we have the Minis back out for their second race of the afternoon. So again, you know, we're really keeping the action quite fast-paced. The Classics return for their second race of the afternoon, as do the Formula Fords. Then it's race 2 for the Fiesta ST Cup. C1 Cup again at approximately 4:30, but will likely be running a little bit later. And then the third and final race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, currently scheduled for 5 to 5, but again that will likely be delayed a little bit. But keep an ear out for whatever announcements we have here on the stream, and that will be how the racing is going to happen then. You can see the car then of Stuart Murray. Again, a lot of cosmetic damage there, but again the structural integrity of that car held completely intact there. It looks like the drivetrain of the car looking surprisingly intact as well. We've seen a couple of rolls here over the past couple of years here at Knockhill. Believe it or not, we've even seen a C1 roll in different occasions. One of those was one of our much loved friends of the circuit here, Mr. Super Fast Scots himself, Glenn Alcock. And Glenn sends his appreciation for us doing the stream today, and he also wanted to give Andy a rather big hello, so I'll pass that on to Andy right now. But the car making its way around just now then, and we are just a couple of minutes away from getting back onto the racing here, thankfully, and we're just waiting here. Right, looking at the front of that Fiesta ST, that does look a little bit caved in. They might have to do a little bit of work on that for sure. That's going to be a new windshield, but again, great work there from the marshals and from the recovery team here at Knockhill. And we've had what looks like about a 15-minute delay here as we see. Let's have a look who that is. I can see Paul Curtis actually up on the wall there, one of the names here in the Fiesta STs, runs quite a few cars himself through Paul Curtis Racing, and great to see him out on the field there. And I think that actually was Stuart Murray that was looking to the side there, obviously making his way back from his car there, waiting for it to be towed back in. That car will be up into the recovery area very, very shortly, and we'll get our green flag going. There we go, the number 7 makes its way up the hill. Great to see big, fairly big number of spectators out there. Certainly more than I've seen in recent times for the SMRC. And again, the lockdowns and these pandemics have really given everybody the impetus to get back out. I don't know about you guys, but certainly been going stir crazy, and it feels amazing to be back out. Amazing to see crowds here watching on, and you know, you'll have well-wishers, you'll have friends, you'll have family, you'll have sponsors. You can see the Knockhill Hospitality Lounge is well and truly busy up there as well, and they'll be enjoying the local circuit commentary as well. But that is pretty much us good to go. You can see the green flag outside of the starting booth there, ready to go, and it looks like we're ready to get the cars back onto the grid. The thumbs up goes from the starters rostrum, and we wait for the green flag to be flown here on race 4 of the afternoon. Good afternoon to Elliptic on YouTube chat, who is actually watching us from the circuit. Good afternoon. Turn 1, and first lap of the race was absolutely mental, according to... I would definitely agree with you there. It certainly was something to see. The thing is that the STs are not normally known for being boisterous. They're usually a little bit more laid back. They're normally a little bit more orderly, but that was proper elbows out stuff here. And the Fiesta STs, yeah, I was quite enjoying that. Anyway, round 2, or at least attempt 2, for the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama tyres, and wheels around. Let's try that again. Let's take a deep breath, just compose ourselves and see if we can't get the rest of the cars back out there and heading back through there. So it's the green flag lap here. And just watching the cars heading round. And our timing screens will return as soon as we can get them back up. Of course, they've been a little bit triggered by the fact that number 7 has went through the timing beams completely the different order. So the number 7 is Stuart Murray, currently shown on our timing screens as being in second place, but I don't think that's going to last long. Certainly that will reset as the cars head down to get restarted. It's on the grid then. And yet again, all of our eyes have to turn to that front row of the grid here. Can we see Colville and Ward fighting it out yet again around the outside here? Anyway, let's see as they come into the hairpin then. And the cars making a way up to the starting line then. There we go then, the cars just lining up 2 by 2 then on the grids. And here we go then, the marshals right at the front. You can see the number 24 there of Stephen Gray, basically trying to get as much heat into the brakes, as much heat into the tyres, right up until that last second there. On that front row of the grid then, it is the number 52 of Dave Colville alongside Stephen Gray. You can see Brodie Orr in that number 31 machine, returning for the second season. It's a family-run race team, and the son, of course, of Josh Orr, one of the well-known names here at Knockhill and the SMRC. But the green flag flies and we get ready to go racing for the second time then. The 1 minute board held up. That'll be very quickly put out with the 30-second boards, and then the drivers will be ready to race again here for the rounds number 4 of the SMRC race day here, powered by Reese Motorsport Insurance. And again, a deep breath as the lights come on the gantry bridge here at the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge. Away we go. And it looks to be another great start from that mid-pack, but he's learned his lesson, has Stephen Gray, because he tried to make the move. But who's that diving up the inside there? That is the number 24 then. Stephen Gray, he moved one way, then the other, so it's Stephen Gray. And then in second place then is Dave Colville in second place. It looks like Brodior holding on to that third position. And from the looks of it, again, all the cars finally making it down through McIntyre. It's the first time of asking. Whether they make it through the chicane is a completely different matter. But again, doing a very, very quick head count, it looks like they're all here present and correct. Then 23 at the back of the grid then. That is Lucy Hales-Maver that is at the back there as well. But as we look here, we can see the number 21, Kieran Preedy, out there, a name that you'll know very, very well. Andy Alston will know him very well from the SMRC Esports Championship run many years ago. It feels like many years ago, where the supporters would chant out, spam and chat, I feel the need for Preed, and Kieran Preedy definitely feeling the need for Preed right now, down behind the number 37 of Russell Morgan at the moment. But at the front field, Stephen Gray from Dave Colville, Mark Dixon in third position, back out in that 69, if you can believe that. Brodior down into fourth position then, and this looks like a little bit of a challenge for the lead right now, as Dave Colville trying to put the pressure on the Stephen Gray. Remember when I was saying it's a momentum based track? There's exactly what I was meaning. Dave Colville tried to get up close to Stephen Gray. He got a poor exit from McIntyre's, and now look at it, Matt Dixon and Brodior, look at make him pay for that mistake there, trying to go wide into Clark's, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the run down to the hairpin though, and look at Stephen Gray now. That's about a second of a gap that he is off into the lead right now. The number 69 looks very, very keen to try and take that second place further back though, as Brodior tries to make a move for third place as well. Ben Kreener still in that 7th position. Ian Blackley in 6th. You've got Russell Morgan in 8th position. Kieran Preedy down in 9th. Peter Cruikshank in 10th position. Stephen Ward in 11th. Gerald Henry in 12th position. Aaron Ward in 13th. And Lucy Hales-Maver rounding out the field in P14. What a move though that was up the inside. I believe that looked like Brodior trying to make a move on Mark Dixon. We'll get a clarification on that in just a second. It was! What a move by Brodior, late on the brakes going into Duffus Dip there. Sensational stuff from the youngster there, and he is off like a rocket trying to catch down then Dave Colville and Stephen Gray, and that means that Mark Dixon going backwards now. That's the green car you can see behind him of Liam McGill, as we see the car streaming through Clarkson with 9 laps left to go. That's the 37 of Russell Morgan. Look at Ben Kreener, the Euro NASCAR driver, taken into the Fiesta STs, late on the brakes. That's going to be a position, and that is job done on his debut here. Great job there for Lucas Blakely there, and not Lucas Blakely, excuse me, for Ben Kreener. Great job and a move well done. Back to the leaders though, and let's have a look here. Stephen Gray then looking quite comfortable ahead of Dave Colville, not able to get the gap that he was wanting to do, but Dave Colville again is too far back to make a dive up the inside there, but they're both going to have to watch out there as number 31 trying to catch up to the tail of them there, and that is Ian Blackley still fighting with Russell Morgan there. And yeah, fascinating battle going on through the field here. Dave Colville actually set the fastest lap last time round there with a 61.336. That was about 9/100ths of a second faster than your race leader. And again, this is the battle for 6th position here. And again, you can see just how much those top 5 have broken away from this group here. That's a dive up the inside from Russell Morgan, and he makes it stick. He's going to make that car as wide as he can on the exit, and I tell you what, that makes it very, very difficult for the car behind the 333. That's Kieran Preedy in the number 21 and Ben Kreener in the number 38 there to actually get up there. So there we go, 7 laps left to go in the Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reef Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around here. And we're watching the battle then for 6th onwards as Ian Blackley currently leads. Russell Morgan, we've got a puff of gravel, and presumably that's just 2 wheels onto the inside there. Now, it looked like that gap between Brodior and Mark Dixon for 3rd and 4th place, the 31 and 69, that's come right back down. Remember, we were saying about Brodior getting a bit of a gap there. It has, so I'm wondering if that is Brodior that's put 2 wheels into the gravel there. That's compromised his exit through McIntyre's. And have a look up the inside, tries to absolutely send it late on the brakes. He gets it done. The 69 of Mark Dixon from absolutely nowhere tries to send it up the inside. He did get the move done, but Brodior was always going to have the run out of that corner. The ST150 engine, Ford engine, roaring into life up the start-finish straight then. Down into Duffus with 6 laps left to go here, and that's a little bit of a jiggle there from Dave Colville there, and coming down into McIntyre's. Really on the edge of the limit is Dave Colville right now, throwing that car. It's almost dancing and weaving coming downhill there. That again, that's how you have to drive these cars. It's literally trying to get them onto the absolute limit of grip. That's where the fastest times come. Look up the inside then, that is Mark Dixon trying to send it into Clark's there. It's not going to happen. Brodior closes the door, just keeps that position. The more that these two are scrapping and the more that these two are fighting, that means that Liam McGill, who's just hiding there in the background, he's just minding his own business here on a Sunday afternoon. He's in a very good chance of picking up a podium position with the way that these two are going on. And you're feeling that Mark Dixon getting a little bit more frustrated trying to get past that 31. Meanwhile, your leaders, Stephen Gray and Dave Colville. Watching him come down to Duffus Step then. 5 laps left to go here. Is this what we saw from the Formula Fords, where Dave Colville is just waiting so patiently to make his move here and make sure that Stephen Gray doesn't have the chance to answer back? That's what I'm wondering, that's what I'm thinking here. Certainly that's what my spidey senses are telling me, as Brodior sends it over the chicane there, over the curbs there. And you can see that car again just weaving about, trying to get some sort of traction, some sort of control back into that car. And again, you can see here your leader in 2nd place here. What is Dave Colville going to do? He had a thought there. He had a thought of jinking into the right-hand side. But that means that Stephen Gray goes very, very defensive. Now, this is going to have jeopardised Stephen Gray's exit from the corner, but not so much that he's going to have a problem getting back across that start-finish line. Dave Colville now closer than he's ever been before. Has a little look up to the left-hand side, going down into Duffus Step. They're side by side. That's late on the brakes. He's going to try and go right the outside, but it's not going to happen. Goodness me. That was so close there. Wow, take a deep breath in. 4 laps left to go in this Fiesta ST Championship race then. And it looks like the Fiesta STs are back with a bang here at Knockhill in this 2022 season opener. It's currently Stephen Gray from Dave Colville, Brodior ahead of Mark Dixon. Liam Gill rounds out the top 5. 6th place for Ian Blackley. Russell Morgan in 7th position. Hashtag got need for Preed is in 8th position. Kieran Preedy, but look at this as Brodior having a fight, and I mean literally fight with a rake. Mark Dixon. It's going to be a torch fight at noon with these two right now, as you see a fight for the lead as well. And you can understand the laps starting to tick down now. 3 laps left to go. Dave Colville is going to be throwing everything but the kitchen sink at our race leader. Again, going to try and go around the outside. We saw that it didn't work last time. I can't see that it's going to work this time round, but he's going to try it. Look at the speed that that car behind tries to pull in to that first corner of the circuit here. And yeah, a lot of aggression starting to come out now, but thankfully these STs proven that you can be aggressive behind the wheel without touching a lick of paint on the car opposite to you. So exemplary racing from these drivers right now. Firm, fast and fair racing, and that is pretty much what the SMRC is all about. But as I said, we've got 3 laps left to go here. Your race leader Stephen Gray still just 1/10 of a second ahead, just a whisker ahead of Dave Colville. It's going to be back down to the hairpin then for the next time of asking. Having a look up the inside, late on the brakes. There goes Mark Dixon, tries to get the car stopped. He's going to get it stopped, but Brodior is going to get the cut back. Beautiful move there. Incredible sportsmanship. Wonderful, wonderful stuff there, and that is the 38 of Ben Kriener pulling off to the side. That looks like a mechanical, and that is down the back end of the circuit. Now he's going to be lucky to get into pit lane before that happens there. Was there a move change there between Brodior and Mark Dixon? I don't think there was, but look at how impatient now Dave Colville's starting to get behind Stephen Gray, that number 24 in the lead of this race. It's been a lights to flag performance so far, and just 2 laps away from making that a lights to flag finish is Stephen Gray. That gap's opened up a little bit now. Stephen Gray further ahead than he's ever been, and look at that, it's a 3-car fight for 3rd position for your final podium spot. Brody Orr still just ahead of Mark Dixon here. Liam McGill licking his chops, fancies a little bit of the action here as well. Liam McGill's going to send it to the inside. Brody Orr is going to make that car as wide as he can. The 69 tries to get onto the brakes there. Liam McGill is going to try and take a late line in, get a good exit out. Oh my goodness me, we've got 2 laps left to go. We're on the final lap now. This is intense. I've got no idea where this is going to go. What I would say is I think the lead lap, the lead battle looks to have been decided, because Dave Colville is, he was too far back, and now of course it's just the way it goes, isn't it? The commentators curse that as soon as you say one thing, the opposite happens. And look at Stephen Gray, look at the pressure that he's under right now with Dave Colville, as Brody Orr still tries to hold on to that position from Mark Dixon. Unbelievable scenes here at the Scottish Fiesta ST Championships. Up the inside at Clark's. Let's see how they go. And that's the position done for Mark Dixon. Dixon gets ahead of Brody Orr on the final lap of the race. And look at Liam McGill. He's ready, poised, waiting to go as Brody Orr could have said up the inside. Dave Colville has one last chance there. The 24 though going to come across the line to finish the race. What is going to happen with 3rd place there? That is what we need to see here as across the line. It's going to be, commiserations for Brody Orr. He gets absolutely mugged on the final hairpin there. It's going to be 3rd place for Mark Dixon, 4th place for Liam McGill. Brody Orr finishes in 5th position. Ian Blackley in 6th, Russell Morgan in 7th, Peter Cruikshank showing how it's done, Kieran Preedy in 9th position, Stephen Ward in 10th, Gerald Henry in 11th position, Aaron Ward in 12th, Lucy Hales-Maver in 13th position, and Ben Kriener, number 38, on his racing debut here at Knockhill, finishes in 14th position. My goodness me, I'm going to need to lie down in a dark room with no noise whatsoever after that one. That was intense racing from the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported of course by Reece Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. We got there on the 2nd time of asking, and that was a brilliant race from start to finish. Huge congratulations there to Stephen Gray, taking the race win from Dave Colville, and they're making their way around with Mark Dixon somehow getting, he'll be absolutely delighted with that 3rd place, but they're making their way round through the hairpin just now, and they're going to be coming into pit lane. Andy Alston, I can already see out of my my commentary box window here, poised like a viper, ready to interview these drivers as they come round. And great to see the waves going out from the drivers. They enjoyed that one, we enjoyed that one. And as the cars make their way round into pit lane and through into the holding area, I can see Andy Alston ready, waiting to go. He's going to be having a chat with our top 3. Stephen Gray taking the race win, Dave Colville in 2nd place. But I need to hear about Mark Dixon on what happened into that final hairpin. So we'll hand things over then. Andy Alston over in the holding area. How's your breath after that one, buddy?
Yeah, that was a dramatic race to say the least. I feel like that's been the case in all these races, Dave. You know, it's been great action from start to finish. And here come the top 3 in the Fiestas. And it's that man, Stephen Gray, who will take the checkered flag and take the maximum haul of points in the 24. Dave Colville, the 52, in 2nd place. And then Mark Dixon, the 69 car, rounding out the final step of the podium in fantastic style. So let's get a little catch up with our top 3 and find out their thoughts on a dramatic race. Let's start with our 3rd place man, actually. Here he is there, 3rd place for Mark Dixon. Mark, that was a dramatic last lap, to say the least, to watch. What was it like behind the wheel?
Like, on the edge to the max. Yeah, it was good. I knew I would make a mistake somewhere along the line, so I just grabbed it while I could.
Absolutely, and it was great action throughout that race. You know, there was lots of drivers keen to get that final step on the podium, but talk us through that move into Clark's on the last lap. You just saw that opportunity and felt, I had to go for it.
I got the better run at the chicane, so I just done a dummy and nipped up inside him, and it just sealed the deal.
Absolutely, and be looking to take that confidence into the next race as well. You know, that's a good way to finish off the opener.
Definitely.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mark.
Cheers.
Mark Dixon there rounding out the final step of the podium in the Fiestas. Let's catch up with a couple of other drivers now and get their thoughts on that opener. Let's get a word with our second place man, Dave Colville, in the 52 car. Dave, rather dramatic race there. You were trying everything you could to possibly get past there, but just ran out.
I had the pace and I just couldn't find a way past. So, try again next time.
Absolutely, and that's it as well. You know, it was just so many opportunities that could have presented themselves. The gap just seemed to be ebbing and flowing throughout the race as well. It was 4/10, it was down to 2, it was down to 1. But so a couple of attempts round the outside going into Duffus as well. That was pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah, well, Stephen was canny and he blocked the inside at every opportunity. So he knew what he was doing. He defended really well. So fair play to Stephen.
And great drive from yourself. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Dave Colville there, second place on the road for us in the Fiestas, and well, what a race that was. But let's catch up with Mr. Gray, and what a fantastic drive, defensive drive from you there. I mean, Dave Colville was putting you under sustained pressure throughout. Just talk us through your approach into that one, because Dave was trying everything he could to try and force a way past.
That's it. Generally, there's not much difference between Dave and I when we're racing, but I did feel he was a little bit quicker than me today. But I got a good start. I got off the start, and it was just a case of trying to defend from there. You're absolutely right. I know some of the areas where he's strong, and it was just, you know, every now and then I would get a gap, and then I looked behind my mirrors again, and he was like, he disappeared behind me. He was so close. But yeah, really pleased with that. Really pleased with that. So yeah, and as I was saying, to see Mark back on the grid behind me after he basically flashed in front of me, going off the track backwards in race 1 was amazing. So it looks like he's had a really strong result as well, so good for him.
Absolutely, and you know, great action at the front between you two, but throughout the field as well there was some really good scraps. It's good to see so many cars out there in the Fiesta class as well this year. Really helped the grid.
It's there was a few years there but it was quite quiet, but it is, as you say, it's great to see more folk in there. So I don't know where you know, maybe the C1s are encouraging people to step up or something, but yeah, it's great to see more folk on the grid. Makes it more exciting.
Great stuff, and great drive from yourself. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Stephen Gray there, our winner in the opener in the Fiestas. Let's just see how things shape up, because we've got, of course, the C1 Cup coming up very, very soon as well. And we'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box, who'll talk us through that one.
Thanks very much there, Andy Alston, as we see Kieran Preedy just to round out that grid there. Kieran Preedy taking the ST Challenge honours for that first race through then. But as we just heard there from Andy Alston, time to move on from the Fiesta STs to, if I'm being honest, probably one of my favourite races on the calendar. A little bit partial to the C1s. It was the type of race that, you know, took my my racing initialisation. I did the C1s at Silverstone for the 24 hours. Wonderful, wonderful little cars, little 1 litre engines, just like you would take to the shop on a Friday afternoon to do your weekly big shop. And these things have somehow been turned into race cars, and they are the most fun that you can have behind the wheel there, making their way down on the track. So let's head and see what the grid is looking like just now. The C1s is currently going through. And let's have a look then at our race grid for the SMTA Scottish C1 Cup. Andrew Davidson in pole position with Ross Dunn on row 1. Kyle Nisbet is alongside Finlay Brunton, returning for another year. Thomas Comer and Sam Corson back at the front of the grid on row 3. Mark Nisbet in 7th position. Now, this is a name that I recognise, unfortunately I'm going to say it again, from esports. Aidan Wilson was unbelievably fast. I am so excited to see him out there on 8th position on the grid. So that's row 4. Moving back to row 5 then, Callum Conway alongside Rich Flett in 9th and 10th. Lazo Benet in 11th position, with James Hitchin in 12th position. Paul Winfield in 13th. Ian Cochrane in 14th. And Gordon Dundee, a name very, very familiar to the paddock here in SMRC for many, many years, at the back of the grid in 15th position. Again, one of my more favourite race classes here at Knockhill, the little Citroen C1, as we said, just a little 997cc engine behind there. So it's not exactly the fastest car, but it is mighty, mighty fun. Of course, stripped out, put a full roll cage into it, and we're heading down into the grid then. And we'll watch the cars lining up as we get to the grid. And let's see. And I wonder if we've got Andy Alston down there ready to go. So Andy, can you hear me, buddy? What are those C1s looking like?
Well, it's a very, very interesting grid there. We've got 15 cars taking the grid on this one. It'll be Andrew Davidson leading the way from our reigning champion Ross Dunn. They'll both be on the front row of this grid, and it'll be very interesting to see how this one shapes up. The C1 action is always great to watch. That man there, Andrew Davidson, in the 70 car, will start this one from the front of the grid, and he'll be very keen to make a good impression going into this one. So let's have a quick chat with Andrew and see what he's got to say for this one. And fantastic lapping qualifying from you, and you'll be keen to put that into practice here for the opener.
Yeah, really good. Just surprised, really. Never qualified this far forward before. You know, I think fourth was my best. It was just a shocking time. I'm over the moon with it. So let's see what happens.
And how important is it to get a good lap in qualifying, given just how busy this grid is as well? Sometimes it can be difficult to find a space out there on track.
It's really important. The further forward you are, the more chance you've got. It's just, yeah, you don't want to be too far back.
Yeah. And these cars are all about momentum as well, and trying to take that with you throughout the lap as well.
It certainly is, yes. It certainly is.
Well, best of luck. Thanks very much for speaking to us.
Thank you very much.
That is our pole sitter there, Mr Davidson, starting in the number 70 car. He's got our reigning champion Ross Dunn alongside him in the Micro Machines racing car, and he'll be very keen to make a good impression here. And we'll hand back to Dave Christie, who'll talk us through all the action here in the Scottish C1 Cup.
Incredible, incredible stuff. So there we go then. Andrew Davidson on that front row of the grid alongside with Ross Dunn. Kyle Nisbet on row 2 with Finlay Brunton. So many names to watch out for here, and absolutely nothing to separate these cars. That is what you've got to look forward to. You're going to be looking at lap times around about between 1:10 and 1:14 for all of the cars here, but we'll see them heading their way around. Certainly the 1 minute board is out, the 30-second board goes out, and I will temper your expectations on this, where we saw the STs and the Formula Fords just streaking away. This will be more of a leisurely affair, but the racing will be absolutely top-notch nonetheless. Top speeds, I would imagine probably about 100 miles an hour might be possible in these cars, but you're certainly not going to see that here at Knockhill this afternoon. The reason that I say they're so much fun is the lights go onto the bridge. I'll come back to that one in just a second. Away we go then, and that is a cracking start then for Ross Dunn on the outside then in that second position. The cars coming down, the little 1 litre engines. This is what I'm going to say is so fun. Watch how they take this corner. Watch how narrow those tyres are. And again, look at the slide from second place there as Andrew Davidson trying desperately to hold on to that position. Gets a clip on the curb, and that is going to hand that position then over to Ross Dunn. And this is exactly why it's so fun. Those tyres are so skinny, they're road-going tyres, and this means that the cars just slide about all over the place. It's like little turbo shopping trolleys. Honestly, it's just so much fun being behind the wheel. And again, they're not the fastest, but when you're in the middle of a pack of 15 cars, it doesn't matter. It makes it the most exciting, exhilarating experience, and that's why many, even up to the racing pros, have had a little look. That's up into fourth position there, and that's surely never going to be stopped in time. Does manage to get it done though, and somehow that's going to be a move up from 5th place. I think that was Thomas Comer trying to make that move stick on Finlay Brunton. We'll double check that and make sure as they come across the line though, but Ross Dunn in the lead, and it was Finlay Brunton up into 4th position now, as Ian Wilson, as I was tipping to watch, down into 9th position just now, but the car's coming streaking over Duff's Dip here, and again you can see just how much they're sliding about here. Down at McIntyre's, looks like Ross Dunn getting a little bit of a gap over Andrew Davidson there. Kyle Nisbet down in that third position. You can see that's a group of what looks like 4 cars there, separated by 0.8 of a second. And this means that Ross Dunn gets to stretch off and open up a little bit of a gap there. The clever move is for these 4 to work together and try and chase down that car up in front here. And again, it's so strange to see because these cars are all absolutely identical. They're all equal 1 litre engines in this, and you can see the pace difference, momentum. If I said it was important in any other classes, up the inside goes Kyle Nesbitt, sends it into the curb, little bit of contact there, and well, that was less than friendly, shall we say, from Kyle Nesbitt. Decided to send it, and I think he might be getting the repair bill for Andrew Davidson's wing mirror there, that's now flapping in the breeze as that contact comes in into that corner. Unfortunately, with how closely these cars are matched in terms of performance, in terms of speed, you have to be elbows out. You have to make a move happen to get any positions here. But have a look at this, Kyle Nisbet starting to catch up to Ross Dunn here. Ross Dunn now starting to look a little bit vulnerable in that first position. Finlay Brunton setting the fastest lap of the race. He's coming charging down as well there, and that was a 70 that was a 1 minute 10.467 for these cars here. So the SMTA Citroen C1 Cup well and truly underway here in 2022. And it was a valuable bit of experience that a lot of these drivers got over the last couple of years as well. Remember, there is a Newcomers Cup as well. Ian Wilson in that in the 24, Ian Cochrane in the 61 for that as well. Lazo Benet in the 77, Martin Nisbet in the 117, and then Paul Winfield in the 822 as well. So we'll keep an eye on that Newcomers Cup here for the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup. But have a look at this now. This is exactly what I was saying about Kyle Nisbet, fastest lap of the race, and he is all over the back of your race leader Ross Dunn as they come down into Duffus Dip. This could be a move into McIntyre's. We'll certainly keep an eye on that and see what happens there. But you can see the 66 trying to fight the number 70. That is a little bit of help getting to the back of number 70 of Andrew Davidson, as he's got Thomas Comer trying to get past him just now. But look at that number 17 of Nisbet on the tail end of the number 1 coming through Clark Corner. And in this car, it's so important to have consistency and maintain that top speed, because we've seen that these cars are not the fastest. So to get that speed, you have to put in the work, and you have to put in the preparation here. As we see side by side in at the back there, that's Andrew Davidson trying to make a move around the outside of Sam Corson. Not going to happen, but he might get the cutback here. That's a good run, and that means that the 23 behind of Thomas Comer gets a good run out as well. I think they've all just held themselves up, and you hear the almighty screech of those Nankang, I believe it's still the AS2R tyres that are on those cars there. And yeah, doing a wonderful job of trying to provide what little grip these cars have got to the varying degrees that they're being forced. And that looked like a move under duress from Kyle Nisbet, who lamps it absolutely over the curb there at the inside of McIntyre's there. He is so wanting to try and make this move right now. But look at that, that now brings Finlay Brunton into the mix as well here. And the 3 of them, it's now a 3-car battle, not just for the podium, but for the race leads completely. Oh my goodness me, as that is onto the grass, there goes Kyle Nisbet, and we've got a melee. That's the only way we can describe it here. Look at the 23 of Thomas Comer try to go on the grass. Are you kidding me? We're going to go 3 wide down the back straight, and the number 70 of Andrew Davidson has absolutely mugged those cars there. Unbelievable scenes. I've never in my life seen a car trying to drive along the grass at the back straight here. We've got a saying up here in Scotland about being stubborn. They call it being thran, and that's exactly what Thomas Comer was on that back straight, trying to hold the foot in on the grass, and that was never going to work. Loses 2 positions, loses the position to Andrew Davidson, also loses the position to Mark Nisbet. Down through Duffus Dip then, and we've got 7 laps of this left to go. unbelievable scenes. And this is what I was saying, this is how exciting. You can imagine how exciting this is for us watching here on the stream. Imagine being in one of these little cars and just having this constant battle left, right and centre. I promise you, if you've ever thought about getting into motorsports, have a think about getting into C1s, because every single race, I bet you when Andy Alston goes to interview the drivers, every single one of the podium has got like the biggest grin on their faces, because it is just, it's pure unadulterated fun. And that's what we love so much about it. But as we go with 6 laps left to go, we're seeing more moves in the background there. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. You can see the leading group there. In fact, sorry, that's 5th, 6th and 7th. Roston still in the lead, but Finlay Brunton now, we missed this, as Finlay Brunton up into 2nd position ahead of Kyle Nisbet. They're side by side coming down into Duffus Dip. There is Finlay Brunton. You can see that car behind the Kyle Nisbet sliding down the hill, and here comes Finlay Brunton trying to catch up onto your race leader Ross Dunn, who thought very briefly that he had a little bit of respite, thought very briefly that he might have got a chance to get away with this. Yeah, that's not happening, as Finlay Brunton you know, making absolute inroads into that gap there of Ross Dunn right now, up over the curb at Clark's there. And again, they're chasing down. They're going to have to watch it, because they've got Sam Corson now, who is 3 seconds behind this battle for the lead as well. And behind that, you've got an incredible battle still raging on between Andrew Davidson, Mark Nisbet in the 117, Thomas Comer as well. And yeah, this is starting to get a little bit of pressure now from the number 1. Ross Dunn runs wide out that hill, but look at Kyle Nisbet on the exit of the hairpin there. And he has got a really good run up the start-finish straight. 5 laps left to go here, as we've got the number 23, no surprise, still trying to go around the outside here. And it looks like he could be losing yet another position to the 110 of Callum Conway. Your leaders come down through the hill then, down through Duffus. And Finlay Brunton now closer to Ross Dunn than at any point through this race so far, making his way all the way up from 4th and 5th position, all the way up into 2nd. Through the chicane. And again, these cars bouncing and weaving and jiggling under all sorts of pressure, because these thin, tiny little road-going tyres struggle to get any sort of traction on the track here. And we see now the big gap between 4th and 5th place there. 5th of Andrew Davidson just barely coming through the shot there as we look further down the order. There is the 110 then of Callum Conway, right on the back of that 23 of Thomas Comer. And the car's making a way out of the hairpin then. That is your race leader then, Ross Dunn, from Finlay Brunton and Kyle Nisbet. And we've only got 4 laps left to go here. Down into Duffus Dip, and again you can see the dedication and the absolute precision that the likes of Finlay Brunton has on the rear end of Ross Dunn right now. He is just so like every other car that we've seen in these races so far. It looks like just, you know, lining Ross Dunn up for a move that's not going to happen for 2 or maybe 3 laps yet, and want to wait until the last possible opportunity to make that move on Ross Dunn just in front, as Kyle Nisbet goes very wide at the exit of Clark's there. The rear wheel digs up a little bit of gravel. That won't hurt him too much, because of course these little cars front wheel drive, and that won't hurt him all that much. But you can see in the distance there as well, Sam Corson, as Finlay Brunton goes very wide, tries to get the cutback there. It's questionable as to whether or not he's going to get any joy out of that there. As we cut back to this amazing battle that we've got here, this is the 822 Paul Winfield fighting with James Hitchin, going into the hairpin for the third to last time then, as we've got the leaders coming down into Duffus Dip. Look at how much they've dropped Kyle Nisbet then. This is the battle for the lead, and Kyle Nisbet goes very, very sideways coming down the hill, and snap oversteer is absolutely a thing. And if you overwork these tyres, it can cost you quite a lot of time and quite a lot of momentum here on the track here. But as we said, 3 laps left to go. Ross Dunn, despite all the pressure from the likes of Finlay Brunton, for the likes of Kyle Nisbet, he's been able to hold them on those big wide shoulders of that C1. So Ross Dunn for Micro Machines Racing doing a grand job of holding that lead position right now. But Finlay Brunton does look menacing, doesn't he? Just sort of poking his face out to the side there. And the 23 recovering then from the 110, and that's going to be a position, the 23, like a lame duck coming out of Clark's, and you can hear the spectators on the banking absolutely cheering on that little 110 car as well. And this is what I love, is the fact that it's friends, family, loved ones, you've got sponsors all here at the circuit, all with that emotional vested interest. And we'll have a look at the 23, tries to make the cutback there. Thomas Comer gets the run out of the final hairpin there and gets the position back on that car then. Meanwhile, Ross Dunn still trying to hold on to this lead of the race from Finlay Brunton. And Finlay just, he's not put a foot wrong this race so far. He's putting the pressure on, but he's not putting that car in any sort of position that it doesn't need to be in. Trying to keep the pace up here, and I think there's a little bit of respect here as well, because he knows just how much pace is in this Micro Machines Racing car of Ross Dunn right now as they come down towards the hairpin, and they're going to be starting the final lap. Have a look up the inside. Is this the move from Finlay Brunton? Yes, it is. Sends it up, and did I not say 2 laps ago he looked like he was waiting to get a move a couple of laps away, and that's exactly what he's done. Ross Dunn isn't quite finished yet. Side by side across the line for the last lap. We've got a black and white flag going out for Kyle Nisbet. Presumably that's for track limits. And that is going to be a driving standards flag. Side by side coming in Duffus step. Last of the late breakers. Finlay Brunton launches it into the stratosphere over the curbs into Duffus dip there. And that looks like that could be done and dusted, because unlike any other class or any other championship, you're not going to make that gap back on raw pace alone. It's going to have to be a mistake here from Ross Dunn, but Finlay Brunton. Ross Dunn in second place, and he's going to have to watch out now, because look at Kyle Nisbet. Nisbet is hungry and fancies it. I've said that. Look at how much that gap is closed down. Are we waiting to see a last gasp here from Ross Dunn? He's certainly in the tow. He moves to one side. That means that Finlay Brunton gets defensive very, very early on indeed. Finlay Brunton places the car in the middle of the track. Ross Dunn with a great run out the corner. They're going to be side by side. That's a great run from Ross Dunn out that final hairpin. My goodness me, of all the cars that you're going to have a photo finish from, I think he's done it. I think Ross Dunn has just won that race. That was an amazing finish out of the final hairpin. Finlay Brunton has to settle for second place, and I think he's going to be calling the police after that one, because he's going to feel a little bit mugged. Kyle Nisbet in third place. But unbelievable stuff there. Yep, confirmed by the timing screens. Ross Dunn wins that race by 1/100th of a second. Heartbreak for Finlay Brunton. He looked like he did everything that he needed to do there. Kyle Nisbet takes third place. And then in the newcomers class as well, we've got, as we said, Aaron Wilson, Ian Cochrane in that one as well. We've got Lazou Benet in that newcomers class. And then we've got Martin Nisbet and Paul Winfield. That is actually Mark Nisbet in the 117 who will take the honours in the newcomers class, finishing in 6th position. So there we go. That is an incredible finish to an incredible race. And ladies and gentlemen, I make no apologies for being completely biased towards the little C1s. They are just the most ridiculously fun little class that you can get involved with. Epic racing though, and I tell you what a first live stream we've had here for the SMRC. Absolutely spoiled with the action, and it looks like you guys on the YouTube channels and the Facebook channels absolutely loving that race as well. The cars away ahead into pit lane. Up next we are going to have the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and the Mini Cooper S Cup, but it looks like the cars heading into pit lane. As I take a deep breath and try and regain my composure on that one, as the cars making their way round. Andy Alston poised like a ninja, waiting for the cars to come round. Look at them, they're all delighted with that. And Andy, I was saying on the commentary there, I bet that all of these drivers coming in have a huge smile on their face. Just to let you know as well, leading newcomer Mark Nisbet, number 117.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, there's close finishes to a race, and then there's that. I mean, absolutely phenomenal stuff. But it is that man there from Micro Machines Racing, Ross Dunn, who takes the win in the opener here in the Scottish C1 Cup. Fantastic action from him. Finlay Brunton making his return to the championship and rounding off with a strong second place finish. But fantastic action, as we always see in the Scottish C1 Cup. But it's Ross Dunn who leads the way and takes his championship defence off to the best possible start. And Ross Dunn will be the man on the top step of the podium and taking the first trophy in the C1s this season. Ross, many congratulations, fantastic drive. Just saying there to Dave and comms, there's close finishes and then there's that. I mean, that was quite something.
That was a gear change or not. You keep it in second or change to third, and was it 16,000 they were saying on the radio? So, oh, crazy, just that whole race, just having headlights right in the back, no chance to breathe whatsoever, and I'm sweating. Those 12 lap races are a killer now.
So yeah. You've got another one to go as well.
I know, yeah. Reverse skid as well, so that'll be interesting. That'll be good to spice things up. So yeah, good hard racing, and again fair, which is good.
Ross, you've been part of this championship for quite some time now, and it's been a fantastic addition to the SMRC experience overall. I mean, what is it about this championship for you that makes it so special?
I think this championship, for myself personally, it's low cost primarily. Low cost, fairly simple cars, but it's great driving, it's clean, and everybody that you race against, you know that there's nobody out there that's going to literally wipe you out. It's clean racing, but no, it's a good addition to the championship, and hopefully get some more cars in the grid this year as well, so be good.
Absolutely, many congratulations, great drive.
Thank you.
And that's our race winner, Ross Dunn, there getting his championship defence off to a fantastic start. One driver I'd really like to get our thoughts on is the man who made his return to the Scottish C1 grid. And it'll be Finlay Brunton, who we'll catch up with in just a few moments' time and get his thoughts on the return. But let's get a quick catch up with third place man Kyle Nisbet, who joins us now. Kyle, great bit of racing out there throughout, as we always see in the Scottish C1 Cups, but you're starting your campaign with a third place finish. You must be very pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with that today. I couldn't have done it without the team, without the hard work and help throughout today and yesterday. It's paid off very much, and I couldn't thank them enough. Ended up having a great race there, having to defend a lot. They just managed to get past me in the end, but that's just racing, that's what it is. I'll hopefully get them on the next one.
Absolutely, you can take that confidence with you into the next race as well, because it was very close at the front and you're right up there and you can very much get yourself into contention.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to keep a level head and keep on pushing and hope for the best, and if you've got a level head, you'll try not to overthink things and overdo it, and you'll just hopefully get there.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations and best of luck for race number 2.
Thank you.
Kyle Nisbet there, who rounded out our podium. Let's get a quick catch up with the man who finished second in his return to the Scottish C1 Cup, Finlay Brunton. Finlay, you must be very pleased with your performance overall, but of course very close to taking the win in your comeback into this championship as well.
Yeah, it was good to get back and get the cobwebs blown away. I've done a fair bit of testing this year just to try and get back up to pace, but there's always that kind of in the back of your brain, are you going to be quick enough? Obviously watching everybody get faster last year, really pushing on the times, the lap record coming down and down and down, so it was good to kind of reassure myself with the qualifying this morning that I can still fight with the front group, and obviously I've been racing with Ross since 2019, so it's good to kind of have I know his characteristics when driving, and we can trust each other, and I know how much space he'll give me and vice versa. So it was really good, close finish, but it's what you want in the one-make racing really. Like, it's not, Ross won this time, it might be me next time, but good to just get a good first race back to the season, and hopefully another 1, 2 or 3 later on this afternoon.
Absolutely. Finlay, congratulations, thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Finlay Brunton there, second place on the road in the opener here in the Scottish C1 Cup. We'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box for the next race, which is about to get underway.
Well, there we go. Thanks very much, Ante Alston, down there in pit lane. Again, the leading newcomer is the 117 there of Nisbet. So the Mini Cooper Cup signals the fact that we've already went once round the clock. We've got all of the races done and dusted. It's now time to head back for our second helping of Mini Cooper Cup action in association with Project 21 Detailing, supported by Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around as well. So Let's have a look at how these cars are going to shape up and make their way through just now. And it looks like it's going to be Craig Blake on pole with Andrew Lamont in second place, obviously, with R53s. Jamie Blake is going to be in third position. On pole then for the Mini Coopers is going to be Michael Weddle. Alongside him on the front row is going to be Chad Little. Neil Hose is going to be in third position with Ian Munro in fourth. Gordon Long is going to be in fifth with Ryan Smith in sixth place, making up row 3. Row 4 is going to be Jack Irvin and Daniel Patterson. Row 5 is going to be Chris Coburn and Finn Mackey. And then on row 6 is going to be Ewan Robertson and Andrew Bell. Row 7, Ian Hoggins, Stephen Morrison, of course, involved in that early accident on lap 1. And David Taylor at the back with Ross McComb. David Taylor involved in an incident that it was actually, he was pretty much a passerby in that one. 3 cars trying to go down the hill at Duffus, 3 cars going into McIntyre's, and somebody is always going to be left crying about their ice cream. And that, unfortunately, was David Taylor making his return to the SMRC Mini Cooper Cup grids for the second year in a row here. So good to see him back on the grid. But that is how the cars line up. 19 cars that we're going to have here. 16 in the Mini Coopers and then 3 in the Mini Cooper S Cup as well. Those R53s substantially more powerful than the Mini Cooper Cup cars, and of course all of the cars on full slick tyres. And this is one of the fastest single make saloon car classes that we have here at the SMRC. So a very warm welcome to the stream if you're just joining us, but we're going to head down now live to the grids where we should be waiting with Andy Alston.
Yes, absolutely, Dave. Just the cars are making their way into their grids just for the second race here. In the minis, we've got the R53, the Cooper S-Class there. And here is the man who will be leading the way at the front in car number 95. It is Craig Blake, and he'll be joined alongside him by car number 5 of Andrew Lamont. And then just further back, we've got the Mini Cooper Cup drivers as well. Michael Weddle leading the way there. Let's get a quick catch up with Craig Blake in the number 95 car and see what he has to say. Craig, what's the game plan going into race number 2 here?
2 words: full send.
Is there any other way in minis?
Full send, but keep it clean. So unfortunately, Jamie's had a burst fuel tank, so he's not out in this one. So it's me and Andrew. We'll show them how it's done, hopefully.
Excellent, great stuff. Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Craig Blake there leading the way at the front here, and he'll have Andrew Lamont alongside him in the Mini Cooper Cup S-Class. Let's go head back to Dave Christie in the commentary box as the action's about to get underway here at Knockhill.
Yeah, you can see the rather nervous Andy Alston wanting to rapidly make his way off the grid, and you don't blame him. A minute to go. Standing on the grid is probably the last place I'd want to be, with all of these angry little Mini Coopers and Mini Cooper S's out on the grid, as well as we see Craig Blake there on the lead. 30-second boards held out then as we get ready to go live with another race here. This is going to be, race number 6 of the afternoon. We're running about 15-20 minutes behind schedule. 5-second board held out from the starting gantry, and as if by magic, the lights come out on the starting grid. We hold our breath and away we go. The R53's off in action there, and the number 5 gets a fantastic start there out on the outside then. And it looks like actually we've just got the 2 R53s there, because it's the rest of them just making their way through just now. So there goes Michael Weddle down the hill. It is indeed just Jamie Blake and Craig Blake making their way down through with Andrew Lamont. We'll wait to see what exactly happens there. We've got a puff of smoke from one of the cars trying to hold on their brakes down into McIntyre's. But again, the 2 cars making their way up there. That is the 95 of Craig Blake and the number 5 of Andrew Lamont. So no sign then of Jamie Blake. And look at that, that's Michael Weddle. Flymo deciding to cut something other than grass already on lap 1 across the gravel at the exit of Clarkson. Yeah, it's not quite the fastest way, son, around the course here, but nonetheless, My goodness me, look at that. I mean, is there anything more intimidating as a racing driver than looking at your mirror and seeing 5 cars suddenly fan out all side by side? That's exactly what Michael Weddle just had in his rear view mirror, closely followed by Chad Little. He's got the pilot himself, Neil Hose, making his way up there as well. Gordon Long, I mean, this performance this season from Gordon, this is a new driver that we're seeing here as we've got 2 wide down into Duffus Dip, and that's Gordon Long absolutely elbowing his way through there. I say elbow, and that might have been a little bit of an exaggeration because the car's actually given themselves plenty of racing room. But look at that, Gordon Long now up into 4th position. That is a stellar drive from Gordon to see him up there into that position. That drops the number 94, Ryan Smith, down into what looks like 7th position just now. As we get an idea on all of the cars coming through. That's the 65 and 22. That's Jack Irvin and Finn Marsh. As we see up the inside, that's Ian Munro trying to send it up the inside to the number 25 of Chad Little. There might have been a little bit of contact there. Chad Little trying to take avoiding contact. We've now got a 3-car breakaway then. Michael Weddle in the lead of the Coopers. And there we go up the inside. That's Andrew Lamont trying to take the lead from Craig Blake. Immediately takes that lead back. My goodness me, the Coopers are making up for lost time here. Weddle gets a little bit of a break there ahead of Chad Little now, who has to worry about Ian Munro in that bright yellow car making its way around just now. Let's take you through the rest of the order then. It's currently 4th place for Neil Hose, 5th place is going to be Gordon Long as Neil Hose gets his way back up into that position just now. 94 Ryan Smith is going to be in 6th, Daniel Patterson in 7th, Chris Coburn in 8th, Jack Irvin in 9th, Finn Mash in 10th position, Ewan Robertson in 11th, Ian Hoggins in 12th position, David Taylor up into P13, Andrew Bell in P14, P15 for Ross McComb, and Stephen Morrison in P16. So the car's making their way round the hairpin then, and you see 2 distinct groups now. You've got the lead group of Michael Weddle and Chad Little and Ian Munro. We've got a car off into the gravel on the exit. The hairpin gets out on again. I think that was Chris Coburn that got going again there. But as we see Ian Munro trying to hold on to the back there of Chad Little here. And the cars come down in towards McIntyre's. Yet again, nothing, absolutely nothing separating your top 3 in this Mini Cooper Cup class right now. Neil Hose in pretty much no man's land. I was a little bit lost for words there, but that is where I would say that Neil Hose is right now, because he's not quite with Ian Munro and he's not quite with Gordon Long right now. So he's in a class of 1 as we see the battle between Andrew Lamont and Craig Blake still going on. And the thing is that those 2 R53s, it's unlikely that they're going to streak off. They're likely just going to have a little bit of a gamesmanship with each other and sending it wherever they possibly can on this one. But Michael Weddle being definitely held to account here by Chad Little, as we've got 8 laps left to go in the second of the 3 Mini Cooper races. Remember, it's only the Mini Cooper Cup cars that will be out in race 3 this afternoon. The R53s, this is their final race right now. But here comes Michael Weddle down the hill at Duffus Dip, then chased down by Chad Little. Ian Munro still in that 3rd position in class just now. And they're bringing up Neil Hose into that fight here. So Weddle trying to hold on to the position here. But look at the 25 of Chad Little now. He's all over the gearbox of that car in front, possibly closer than he's ever been at any point during this race right now. Neil Hose definitely catching up to this group up in front. Is that going to bring Gordon Long and the rest of them up with him? I don't think so. I don't think they've got the pace to catch back up to this group here. But again, we're not seeing any dive bombs in from the likes of Chad Little or from Ian Munro. And just as I say that, Munro has a look up the outside there. And again, it's a line that doesn't get used as much as it should here at Knockhill. That outside line going right to the outside. Most of the cars you'll see, they'll tuck into the inside at that hairpin. But if you go to the outside, that means you can straighten up on the exit of that corner and get a really good run. Have a look at Ian Munro trying to have a look at the outside again of Chad Little. And Chad Little takes a bit of the curb there. That car looking very, very squirrely, oversteering. And Munro sends it up the inside, but there goes Chad Little again on the cutback. They're going to be side by side coming down through, and there's exactly almost a carbon copy of what we saw earlier on in the Fiestas. That is exactly how we see that happen. Two cars side by side, and it's still going on as Chad Little and the 111 of Neil Hose now fighting it out as well. So Neil Hose gets ahead of Chad Little, and Chad Little is going backwards at a rate of knock now. Does Chad Little have a puncture on that front left? It looks like a little bit of damage on that car. He's losing a lot of time there. And around the outside, Gordon Long, you're kidding me. Gordon Long now challenging for a podium position. What a turn of events. Again, from speaking to David, the reason that I'm so surprised is that Gordon took a couple of seasons to get used to that car and was languishing in the likes of maybe say 8th, 9th, 10th position. Again, a very talented driver and definitely within a shout of getting a podium here, but back up into that podium position as Chad Little off to the escape road there, gets back down, but Chad Little going backwards at a rate of knots now, and that is the number 94 of Ryan Smith ahead of him. That's the number 18 of Daniel Patterson ahead of him as well, and this is a bad day going from bad to worse as the number 65 of Jack Irvin drops behind. Wow, oh wow, you got a feel for Chad Little. He's went from hero to zero in the space of a lap. He was fighting for that lead battle, and that now leaves Michael Weddle just to fight Ian Munro just now. We're almost 3 wide, coming back down the back straight here into the hairpin there, and Chad Little really, really struggling with that car right now. You can see the number 94 Ryan Smith getting a good exit out of the hairpin and almost able to drive by that car as if he's not here. But back with the R53s then, Craig Blake still ahead of Andrew Lamont then, and that gap is just 1/10 of a second. As I say, they are just playing with each other right now. They are having a bit of fun. There's only the 2 R53s out there, so they might as well have a little bit of enjoyment. Contact on the number 64 of, in fact the 94, excuse me, of Ryan Smith, and that was the other red car. That was the 65 of Jack Irvin, who tried to pop the car into the inside of McIntyre's there, but it wasn't to be, as we see our R53 race leaders through for the lap number 8, or lap number 7 rather, and we've got a big pile of dust at the bottom of the hill there, so that means there's been a big off there, and there you go. That's on the exit of McIntyre's and the exit of into Butcher's there, and again gathering my breath while I'm trying to figure out exactly who that was there. We'll find out there. I wouldn't be surprised if that was either Jack Irvin, in fact Ryan Smith dropping through the order here. So we'll find out if that was any one of them. That dust still settling here at the bottom of the track here. Michael Weddle in the lead of the race with 4 laps left to go, ahead of Ian Munro and Neil Hose, who is in 3rd position by what looks like about 1.1 seconds here. Michael Weddle though gets to have a deep breath. He's happy with the gap that he's got over 2nd place of Ian Munro just now coming out of Clarkston. And again, your race leaders then in those R53s crossing off with just 3 laps left to go here now. And we get a chance to draw our breath and watch exactly what is happening with the rest of this race here. So the cars making their way through the hairpin. Certainly the Mini Cooper Cup cars are making their way through the hairpin. We've got a black and white flag. That's going to be a driving standards flag, and I'd imagine that's going to be for track limits to one of the cars outside of the top 10 here. But Michael Weddle now still in the lead of this race. That last lap 62.7 now. Ian Munro was faster by 0.2 of a second that last lap round there, so the gap now, well, it's literally a tenth, sorry, it's just over a second between Michael Weddle and Ian Munro. But the R53s of Craig Blake and Andrew Lamont have crossed the line with just 2 laps left to go, and you see a little bit of argy-bargy. That's David Taylor, no that's not actually, sorry, that's David Long getting confused with these plain black liveried cars, and that's Chad Little elbow to elbow, door to door, coming out of Clark Corner. It's the last of the late breakers into the hairpin yet again. Gordon Long's going to try and get the drive round the outside of the corner, but Chad Little is going to take that position. My goodness me, that was a bit of a dramatic end to that scrap there, but it might not all be over yet. You can see them coming down through the picture there, coming into Duffus Dip here. Epic race here. Here's your Cooper Cup leader right now, Michael Weddle, ahead of the yellow car of Ian Munro in the number 23. And again, Jack Irvin doing a brilliant job actually to get himself up into P5 right now, involved in this little battle here. As you see, the number 30 ahead of Gordon Long now. Gordon losing a little bit of pace there to Chad Little right in front, and starting to go a little bit backwards on the edge of losing out to that 4th position. In fact, losing out that 5th position, excuse me, to the 6th place of Jack Irvin. You can see the triple 3 there in front. That's Ewan Robertson. Oh, we get put a lap down there from Craig Blake and Andrew Lamont, coming into Clark Corner, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is the final lap of the race. Your R53s have already made it round, and that's a send and a half up the inside. And then remember, of course, that's a Cooper Cup car that he's sending it up the inside of. But these are your 2 R53s. It would have been more exciting if it was Andrew Lamont sending it from about 200 miles backwards, but it's going to be a race win for Craig Blake. 2nd place for Andrew Lamont in the R53s. And we wait for about another 20 seconds to see Michael Weddle fighting it out with Ian Munro. Is he going to take the checkered flag? I think he's too far ahead of Ian Munro for it to make any difference whatsoever. Neil Hose again looking very good in that 3rd position. And you always get worried when you're watching this angle leading up to the line. You hear the squeal of brakes. But exiting from the corner is going to be another win for Michael Weddle. And it's going to be 2nd place for Ian Munro. 3rd place is going to be Neil Hose. 4th place then for Chad Little. Disaster recovery there for Chad. Gordon Long in 5th position. Jack Irvin in 6th. Daniel Patterson in 7th. Ryan Smith in 8th. Finn Marsh in 9th. Chris Coburn in 10th position. Ian Hoggins at 11th. Ross McComb in 12th position there. In fact, Ross McComb taking 11th there on the final lap. Ian Hoggins down to 12th position. Ewan Robertson into 13th position. Andrew Bell in 14th. David Taylor in 15th. And Stephen Morrison down in 16th position. So my goodness me, we get a chance to breathe, a chance to take in what we've just seen there. Up next is going to be the return of the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons for another 12-lap race. But that was the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup in association with Project 21 Detailing, supported by Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around as well. The car's making their way out of the hairpin then to go into pit lane, and we're just a couple of minutes away from crossing into our holding area with Andy Alston. And I tell you what, I feel like I've aged by about 2 years after that race. Such was the level of excitement and the level of franticness. A lot of interest about the Formula Ford race. That is going to be up after the Classic Sports and Saloon car race. But as the cars make their way around, time to head over then to the holding area with Andy Alston. And Andy, another brilliant race with the minis there, the R53s off like a shot there, but Michael Weddle taking another race win.
Absolutely, that was quite entertaining, wasn't it? Fantastic action once more in the minis. And the R53 Mini Cooper Race Cup, it is the number 95 car of Craig Blake who takes the win from Andrew Lamont in car number 5. And the Mini Cooper Cup, it's the reigning champion Michael Weddle making it 2 for 2 so far this afternoon, with one more race still to come. But let's get a quick catch up with our race winner in the R53 Mini Cooper S-Class, Craig Blake, who joins us now. Craig, you promised full send and he gave us just that. Some great action once more at the front.
Fantastic race, really clean. Andrew was lightning quick, yeah, really clean racing. Really enjoyed that race, and both cars are home in one piece, which is the main thing. So let's do it again, all in May time, I think. So let's go round 2.
And a great start to your season. You can't ask for any more, really. It just gives you that confidence to take into the next event as well.
Yeah, like I say, it's the first round in the new car. and the Cooper S. 2 wins, pole position, Grand Slam. Let's do it all again. No, but hopefully we'll see more cars on the grid as well, so that's what we want, so definitely. Thank you.
Great stuff. Well done, Craig. Great drive.
Cheers.
Craig Blake there, our winner in the R53 car Mini Cooper S-Class category, making it 2 for 2. Great start to his campaign. Also a great start to campaign for this man, Michael Weddle, reigning champion in the Mini Cooper Cup. It's been a really good race from him, and we'll catch up with him in a few moments' time and get his thoughts on that race. Let's catch up with a couple of other drivers now, and let's catch up with Finn Mack here in the number 22. Finn, great drive out there. Many congratulations. Welcome to the SMRC as well, of course. How are you finding things so far?
It's all good. A lot of fun with the Mini. Good races, hard races, all good.
And why was it that you wanted to join the Mini Championship in particular?
In Germany, without Minis, it's not funny. Yes, good, big grid, it's all good. Yeah.
Absolutely. And what's your thoughts going into the next event? You're just continuing to grow in confidence and take that with you into the next race?
Learn, and yeah, win races. And yeah.
Great stuff. Finn, thanks very much for speaking to us and best of luck.
No problem.
Finn Mash there in the number 22 car. Lovely livery on that car as well. Very, very well designed. Let's get a quick word with our race winner again in the Mini Cooper Cup. It's 2 for 2 for our reigning champion, Michael Weddle. Michael, 5 very close laps to start. Then you got a little bit of a gap as the cars behind began to scrap. That let you focus on apexes and exits. But then a bit of a close finish to that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ian made a move on Chad and it gave me a bit of a gap, and then when you see the laps counting down, you don't do any mistakes. So you just start taking it easy. You basically manage the gap a little bit. Yeah. So took it easy in the last 2 laps. Didn't want to break a suspension or anything along those lines in the last lap, smashing off curbs. So it took it a bit easy.
Having said that, when you see it on the live feeds and you see these cars going into Duffus and the Minis, it's 2 wheels, it's quite spectacular to say the least.
Yeah, you feel it inside the car, and the cars get a proper bar in, so it's just a case of when you've got that gap, it's a case of just managing it. So no, quite happy to get 2 wins out of 2, and we'll see what happens with the reverse grid race.
And you always enjoy the reverse grid race as well. It's a chance to kind of make a few moves and everything else.
Yeah, it's a completely different scenario to what I just had there, so it's a bit like the first race where you've got to make some moves. So no, I like the reverse grid race, it's always good fun. I always seem to pull number 8, so I'm going to call it right now. I'll probably pull number 8 out of that.
Great stuff. Michael, thanks for speaking to us and best of luck for race number 3.
Cheers, thank you.
Michael Weddle, our reigning champion. And now I'll hand back to Dave Christie, who will talk us through the next race that's about to get underway.
Huge thank you there. Andy Alston down in the grid. Of course, the reverse grid is going to be drawn and that will be announced very, very shortly. So as soon as we get those details, we will bring them to you for the 3rd race of the day. The final race of the day is going to be the SMRC Mini Cooper Cup. But we turn our attention back to, again, a class that very, very fond of. Got quite a few friends that are out there racing today in this, not least the likes of Alistair Baptiste, out there in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship with some beautiful, beautiful cars. If you had joined us on our stream before the lunch break this afternoon, then you were absolutely treated. And of course, we've got to say a huge thank you to the Edinburgh Watch Company for being the title sponsor of this particular championship. The cars making their way out onto onto the grid just now, and let's have a look at how they line up then on the track then. Russell Patterson, after that race win earlier on, alongside Tommy Gilmartin in the 2 Morgans. John Kinmond lined up on row 2 with, probably my favourite car out there, the Rover 3500. Shawnee Patterson, who was properly taking it to all 3 of the cars in front of them earlier on 4th position. Row 3 is going to be Andrew Graham and Charles Cope. Row 4 is Elliot Patterson and Craig Houston. And then moving back, row 5 is going to be Donald Dewar, who stars as a guest this weekend. Jimmy Crowe back out there again in row 5. Alistair Coates and Mario Ferrari in row 6. Adam Kinmans in row 7 alongside Nicky Dixon. with Ian Mitchell and Michael Anderson rounding out row 8. Row 9 is going to be Paul Bowers, Duncan O'Neill in the first of the two XR2s in 18th position, 19th position for Ian Morton, with David Riley in 20th position. Kenneth Brown and Martin Reynolds rounding out row number 11 for the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons Championship in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company. So the cars making their way round just now, and I wonder if we do have our very own Andy Alston poised, ready, waiting on the grid. So Andy, can you hear me down there on the grid?
Absolutely, David. Not long to go until the next race in the Classics. Always really enjoy watching this championship, I have to say. Such an eclectic mix of cars that are out there on the grid, putting on a show for us to enjoy. Cars are just making their way out of the hairpin just now and will soon be lining up on their spots in the grid to get the action underway here at Knockhill. So it was a very interesting opener, to say the least. Lots of storylines beginning to develop, particularly for this car here, the number 72, driven by Russell Patterson. Very good race in the opener for him. He has got Tommy Gilmartin alongside him as well, of course, but Russell will be hoping to get off to a very clean start and build on that race. Russell, what's your thoughts going into this one? What's going to be the tactic going into turn 1?
Just hope for the best, see if I can get a decent start this time. Then I'll just do my best.
Absolutely. Good stuff. And how's the car feeling ahead of this one? Everything feeling good to go?
Perfect, yep, nothing wrong with the car, just me.
Excellent, have a good race. Thanks for speaking to us. Russell Patterson there. He's looking forward to getting this race underway, as am I. So it's time to hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
And just like that, we are poised and ready to go racing here at Knockhill for the final time for the Classic Sports and Saloons. We were treated to a wonderful, wonderful first race, and we're hoping for more of the same of that, please. As we said, look into the timetable just now. If you're watching on social media, you can head to smrc.co.uk and have a look at both the entry list as well as the provisional timetable. Remember, we are running a little bit behind schedule. We're about 15 minutes behind the schedule just now. So at the moment, it looks like we're going to get the Mini Cooper Cup, our final race of the day, due to start probably about 5:10. But the green flag flies at the back of this Classics Sports and Saloons grid with a minute to go in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company for the second and final time today for these cars and drivers. And again, you can see at the front of the grid, Russell Patterson and Tommy Gilmartin in two very, very beautiful looking Morgans. Not what you would associate with modern day sports car racing, but my goodness me, do they still ever have a place on the grid. And I can't see a time or a place where they will ever not be welcome on the grids. Also seeing Shawnee Patterson and Andrew Graham there in the Triumph TR8s. 5 second board is held out. The lights beginning to come onto the starting grid then. And we get ready to go racing here at Knockhill for the second and final time for the Classic Sports and Saloons. Tommy Gilmartin with a rocket ship start on the outside there in that Morgan Plus 8 then. So does John Kinmond into turn number 1 there. And Russell Patterson caught napping there as the car's coming down in towards McIntyre's. And again here, you can, the one thing that I love about the Sports and Saloon cars is that the cars are almost protected like by a magic force field around the car, such as the level of respect and the level of competition that these drivers have for each other. They know that it's likely also that they want to avoid any expensive repair bills. As we see into the background there, one of the Triumphs way off into the grass there. I think that was Shawnee Patterson who was getting it a little bit wrong there, as we see Tommy Gilmartin coming under pressure there from John Kinmond. As we see up the inside goes the Golf then, and that is Charlie Cope up the inside, deciding to make the move on that that Triumph there, getting the job done there. And you can see Tommy Gilmartin, you can see the Rover 3500 roaring into life there, but there goes up the inside, that's Russell Patterson trying to have a look there but not having any of it. Meanwhile, Tommy Gilmartin locks up the brakes, and are they going to get the car stopped? Yes, they do. John Kinmond, I mean, that is, we talk about elbows out. That was elbows and wrists and fists and knees, everything of that Rover trying to get that car stopped. And Tommy Gilmartin, I think, will be a little bit frustrated to see a passing attempt of that, because Tommy had to jump on the brakes there and essentially let that car go by, otherwise it was going to wipe everyone out that was within a 2-mile vicinity of that Rover of John Kinman. But by the by, John Kinman's into the lead of this race then. Tommy Gilmartin will be looking to try and make that move back there, but also looking to make a move back is going to be Russell Patterson. So given that this is a class-based championship, let's take you through the order on the class and hope that we don't miss anything exciting on track. Mario Ferrari currently leading A class right now, with B class being led by Charlie Cope. Russell Patterson in the Morgan Plus 8 leading the C class, and Elliot Patterson in the lead of the D class with that Morgan 8. The E class has been led by John Kinman in the Rover 3500. The guest class has been led by Donald Dewar, and then the Ford Fiestas being led round by Duncan O'Neill. I'll be updating that probably at least 15 times before the end of the race nonetheless. But beautiful view coming out of McIntyre's. Russell Patterson late on the brake, centre up the inside. Oh, there's contact straight into the side of Tommy Gilmartin, and that is an expensive mistake there. Tommy Gilmartin raises his hand as to ask what happened there, and I think he's going to get into trouble there actually, Tommy Gilmartin. I did notice, not to be a tattletale, but that is the yeah, that's not the best for that car to be stuck like that, and never a fan of that, as the 64 has to take avoiding action there. I'm not going to say anything on that there, because Tommy Gilmartin taking off the straps and still in the car there, and he's going to have to pull himself into pit lane there. That was a bit of a clumsy move there from the red car there of Russell Patterson. You saw locking up the brakes there, and there was absolutely nothing that Tommy Gilmartin could do there. As we see the Triumphs making their way around, they've managed to avoid all of the action and chaos, and Andrew Graham and Shawnee Patterson are like, all right, we'll take a podium then out of that. So they're second and third on the track as it stands. We'll give you a class update in a couple of minutes time, but my goodness me, that was like the world's slowest accident happening in slow motion. You saw it coming from about 200 yards out there. You knew that Russell Patterson was never going to make that corner in a million years, and unfortunately catching out Tommy Gilmartin here. But you can see there the number 73 of Elliot Patterson in the Morgan 8 trying to harass that Volkswagen Golf, and I would have thought that Volkswagen Golf would have been made short work, but that's a bit of a wild move round the outside of Clark's there. Now, just saw it at the corner of my eyes. Yep, the Triumphs are having a little battle as well. They're sent side by side. Elliot Patterson thinks about having a little bit of a move here. But again, you can see the XR2 just thinking, nope, I'm having absolutely nothing to do with this. And there we go, compromised on the exit of the corner there. That means that Russell Patterson gets up and gets 2 positions for the price of 1 there, getting past both Elliot Patterson and Charlie Cope in quick succession. But back to Shawnee Patterson then, who takes the lead of these 2 Triumphs ahead of Andrew Graham. John Kinman, though, currently off in a different postcode right now, 6.1 seconds. I'm looking out of the commentary box, and to say Tommy Gilmartin is not best pleased is, yeah, that's pretty much an understatement. He is, again, to use a Scottish colloquialism, he is absolutely fizzing right now. The helmet is off, he's off into the holding area, and he's back to to his little area that he's got in the paddock there, presumably to have a look at the car. I don't think that there's any, from the looks of it, any major damage, but he's not going to be best pleased. One of the things is that they've kind of got an unwritten code to this classic sports and saloons. They know that they're allowed to race hard and race fair, but emphasis on the fair racing here, as we see the 2 Triumphs try to make their way through the lap traffic there. That's the Alston A40 Farina, I believe, that we see there, as we see the 41 Fiat 128 of Paul Bowers. That's a proper car right there. I love that one. Might not be the fastest one on track, But yeah, it looks like a proper 70s car there. So the Fiat 128 moves out of the way of the Triumph number 78 of Andrew Graham and of Russell Patterson. Patterson just sends it up the inside there. And again, the pace of that number 72 machine clear to see. But I think he's going to have a very angry Tommy Gilmartin waiting for him in pit lane when this race is done and dusted. Lap to go is going to be 5. John Kinman still in the lead on the road. Let's give you a rundown of the classes once again then. And Mario Ferrari in the lead of A class, Charlie Cope in the lead of B class there in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Class C is currently led by Russell Patterson in the Morgan Plus 8. Class D is Elliot Patterson in the Morgan 8. Class E is John Kinman in that Big Bad Rover 3500. Leading the guest class is still Donald Dewar, and leading the XR2s is still the number 66 of Duncan O'Neill. So we're coming to the tail end of this race then, and of all of the races that I thought were going to be filled with drama, filled with you know, a little bit of collision, a little bit of bumping and grinding, definitely wouldn't have been the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons Championship in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company, and that's a bit of a scary sight for that number 69 car, isn't it? As the number 69 is of course Nicky Dixon in the Lotus Cortina Mark 1, what can only be described as a tank rolling up on her of that Rover 3500. I mean, that thing is absolutely huge. I've seen it a couple of times in pit lane and in the paddock, and it's just massive. I mean, the thing is monstrous as it makes its way round with 4 laps left to go. Going to be crossing the line to make it 3 laps left to go here at Knockhill Racing Circuit for the first race meeting of the season, powered by Race Motorsports Insurance. And that is the Lotus Cortina sending it up the inside of the poor little XR2 as we see the Lotus Cortina. And pretty sure that's a Mark 1 Fiesta up there as well. Absolutely loving it if that is the case there. It's another XR2 there. And I was joking off scene with Ant Hollings, one of our cameramen here, and saying that we need to see a Vauxhall Nova up in the class here. That would make me happy. We get an XR2 and a Nova and we'd be very, very happy. But the 91 and 51 of Craig Houston and Jimmy Crowe still fighting it up. The 91 ahead of that 51. So Craig Houston gets that 7th position on the track there as we cut back to see the wonderful, wonderful sight. I mean, that is a legendary car of Mario Ferrari. We've not really seen him all too much through the weekend, but Mario Ferrari in the Alpha Sprint Trofeo. John Kinman boots that car out of the hairpin there, and that's exactly why I've said it's one of the most enjoyable cars to watch out there. It's you know, I nickname him the hooligan for the way that car back ends itself out of the corners and almost just, you know, you dump the power down just to try and get some extra traction here. And it looks like he is very, very much enjoying himself. With 2 laps left to go though, John Kinman makes his way on the inside of Butchers, and again the oversteer very clear to see on that car. The tail end washes out, and that is just a glorious, glorious sight for anybody that is even remotely into car racing here. It's the proper classic old-timey-wimey BTCC machine here, being displayed here by John Kinman and being put through its paces. This is what I love about these old cars, is that before, back in the day when I worked at Knockhill, I was never really into older cars. I never really understood the passion and the draw to them. And now watching them being put through their paces, I totally get it. There's nothing more fun than watching a Mark 1 Escort being thrashed around the many rally stages and many rally events that they have here at Knockhill. And it's just so good to see, like the Escort, the 1600s being just caned is the only word that you can use, and caned is the only word that you can use for John Kinman on his final lap here in the lead of the class and in the lead of the race. I mean, it's a little bit unfair when you compare that to the little green Alston in front of him. And do you know what? Actually, I tell a lie. We have got a Vauxhall Nova in the field. Number 11, Ian Mitchell. I thought we did. I thought we noticed the rear end of that. But anyway, that's by the by. We'll come back to that next time. As out of the final corner then comes a race leader, John Kinman, to roar across the line and take the race win. But look at that. Russell Patterson was only 2.7 seconds after all of that chaos and fun and frivolity. So let's run down your classes then. For Class A, it's going to be Mario Ferrari in the number 27. Class B is Charlie Cope in the number 4 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Class C is going to be Russell Patterson in the number 72 Morgan Plus 8. Class D is going to be Elliot Patterson in the Morgan 8, number 73. Class E is John Kinmans in that big bad Rover. And there we go. The newcomers, the guest class is going to be Donald Dewar. And the Ford Fiesta XR2 is going to be number 66 of Duncan O'Neill. So the wave of the hand goes out from there. If I was Russell Patterson, I'd maybe take about 15 extra laps in and hope that Tommy Gilmartin has perhaps calmed down a little bit by the time he gets in there. Certainly some instant judgment coming in from our viewers on YouTube as to who was to fault at that one. But that's the glorious job of us here in the commentary box. All we get to do is pass on opinions. It's up to the guys and girls at Race Control and the stewards to pass their official judgment on what happens in there. But you can see the cars making their way into pit lane there, and as that pretty much means, that means that we get to hand things over, and a very, very warm welcome back to Andy Alston. And Andy, yeah, a little bit more bumping and banging than we're used to in the Scottish Classics there.
You could say so, yes. Certainly a couple of talking points in that one, and I'll be looking forward to catching up with a few of the drivers who are just making their way out the pit lane and into the paddock area, and we'll catch up with them and get their thoughts on the second race here in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons. So drivers will be with us in just a few moments' time, and we'll hear what they have to say. And there is the one man there, John Kinman, in that fabulous Rover, making his way down the road now, and he'll be parking up that one. A very entertaining show he certainly put on for us, and he is first across the line in that car, and we'll catch up with Mr. Kinman and find out what he has to say about that race in a few moments' time. The rest of the cars making their way through pit lane back into the paddock area, and they'll just be having a quick once over of the cars, making sure everything's okay, and then they'll be getting ready for the next round in a few weeks' time. But first of all, let's have a quick chat with John Kinman, who joins us now. John, maybe a bit of a nervy moment going into McIntyre's perhaps early on in that one.
I thought I'd try and make a move on one of the Morgans, and then that would maybe leave the two Morgans to fight it out. I thought they could be more threat to each other than I could, me to either one of them. So if I get past, that'll leave them to duke it out, and I think that worked in my favour.
And certainly pushing that car all the way as well in the last couple of laps. It was almost sideways coming out the chicane at one point. It was very, very entertaining to watch. But I'm just checking the tread and the tyres. I think you might be okay.
Might have had a slight lock-up to get past Tommy down at McIntyre's, but yeah, that's giving it all it's got. There's nothing else to be had.
And how's the car feeling generally? First out into the season, everything feel okay?
First race was okay. By the end of that race, it was starting to feel a little bit sluggish. So it sounded like a fueling problem, but you know, with like a lap and a half to go, we would make it home. But something to look at when we get it back to the garage, I think.
Absolutely. John, great race out there. Thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you. Cheers.
John Kinman there, and let's have a quick chat with a couple of other drivers as well and just get their thoughts on proceedings. That was of course the final race in the Classics today, so we'll hear from a couple of the drivers and just get their thoughts on things. Let's have a wee quick chat here as well with this man here, and a very dramatic race. I was just saying to Dave Christie in the commentary box, you know, sometimes we don't often, you know, sometimes the Classics, everyone's trying to kind of just make sure everything's okay with the cars and just make sure there's no big incidents, but a couple of big talking points on that one. But how are things for you?
Yeah, well, that's not what we want, and it's yeah, I'm pretty unhappy that the car is damaged. Yeah, at the end of the day, I went down the inside of Tommy, thought I'd be able to climb up on the curb and just get underneath him. He probably didn't see me. Maybe one of these things. Yeah, I'll go and see Tommy afterwards. But yeah, I think we probably both thought we had the corner. Probably some sort of film will prove one way or the other. But it's disappointing. Don't like damaging cars, don't like damaging or having cars damaged, and Tommy's as well. So yeah, not good.
Just so you have a quick check of the car there, just initial inspection, everything seemed relatively okay?
Yeah, it's just a couple of bits of wing damage and a couple of lights, but well, yeah, it's not the end of the world, to be honest. And I didn't know how much damage was done. These things sometimes feel bigger than they are. And I just watched my temperatures, and everything looked good, so I thought, right, let's get after the Rover. And another couple of laps, I think I would have.
Yeah, that's easier said than done sometimes with that Rover. I mean, know the pace it's got, you know.
It's so quick, and I was on a mission to see if I could catch him, but no, he was driving brilliantly. So the first time I raced against him, no, quite a car, really leery, and I don't know how he keeps it so sideways yet, going the right direction. Quite great to watch from behind.
Absolutely great stuff. Thanks very much for speaking to us.
Okay, pleasure.
And it's time to hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box for the next race, and we've got the Formula Fords getting underway in a few moments' time.
Certainly is. Thank you very much, Andy Alston there, getting slightly sombre moods in the holding area there, obviously, as Russell Patterson you know, trying to pick the bones out of that incident there with Tommy Gilmartin. The simple fact is, two cars into one corner aren't going to go, and yeah, there definitely would have been any intent whatsoever between those two drivers. I'm sure it'll be a case of cracking open a beer and having a laugh about it later on, and then somebody's going to be responsible for the repair bill. Not sure who. But anyway, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, because I know that there's been a lot of interest in this particular race. The BRSCC National Formula Ford, alongside our very own Scottish Formula Ford Championship, is about to take to the grid just now. They're going to be out on track next. We've got 4 races left to go this afternoon, so we've rattled through our race order so far just now. The green flag flies, and that means that the car's able to head out on track. We'll get a graphic up very shortly to see how they are all going out, but to remember, it was all about Colin Queen in that first race, that incredible last lap move to take the glory and the happiness away from Jordan Dempsey, and you could see just how absolutely crushed Jordan was on that last lap round. So we'll head around to Andy Alston when the cars are actually on the grid, but let's have a look then on the cars for this next race then. Race 2 of the BRSCC National Formula Ford and Scottish Formula Ford 1600s. Row 1 is Colin Queen with Jordan Dempsey alongside Lucas Romanek after that epic scrap with Jamie Sharp is 3rd and 4th place respectively. Row 3 is Morgan Quinn and Ben Cochran. Row 4, David Maloney alongside Sean Rashid. Row 5 is going to be Andre Lafont. Now, just very quickly, what a drive from Andre Lafont. Started at the back of the grid and ended up in P9. Gabe Tesh starts in 10th position. Matty Chisholm for the Scottish contingent in P11. Tom Nippers in 12th position. Megan Gilks in 13th position, with Bryn Kinch in 14th. Rounding out row 7. Row 8 is going to be Drew Stewart alongside the madman himself, Neil Broom. And then further back down as well, we've got row 9 is going to be Lucas Blakely, who I know a lot of you are interested in. And Michael Gray is going to be trying to do damage limitation after having to retire in race 1. Brandon McCon at the back in row 10. And Andrew Rackstraw bringing out the red flag at the beginning of race number 1. But the cars are making their way onto the grid and coming up now, which means that our roving, intrepid reporter of Andy Alston poised, waiting for them to head out onto the grid. So he'll be with us in just a couple of minutes' time, potentially, and we can see the cars lining their way up just now. So again, just a couple of seconds there, and you can see Andy there just waiting for his cameraman. I don't actually think we're going to have time to have a look at this. We'll we'll get out there if we possibly can, but you can see the nimble poise of Duncan Vincent for the circuit commentary, poised over the number 62 of Colin Queen, that you can see on the inside. Now, curiously, no car beside him of Jordan Dempsey for this for the second race, so we're just waiting to go, and we'll soon see. So it looks like we're about to get going. The thumbs up, so we'll not get down onto the grid then. And it looks like we're going. So what has happened to Jordan Dempsey then? That's very curious, because there's no second place car. That means that Colin Queen has a clear run down into the first corner then. The lights are about to go on here. We've seen the 1 minute board being held out. And we wait with bated breath then, as the BRSCC National Scottish Formula Ford Championship race number 2, a 20-minute race round here at Knockhill, is about to get underway. And let's have a little look. We've got the 5-second boards held out. The lights are about to come onto the gantry then. And we're about to go live with these Formula Fords, these wonderful, wonderful championship cars. Lights are on. Lights are off. We're racing for the second time in the Formula Ford 1600s, and the cars are away, down, streaking toward Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. We watch them coming down through the hill, and there we go then. Into the first corner then is the 62 of Colin Queen, leading ahead of Lucas Romanek then. Oh, we've got a car spinning off at the back there of the grid there. Let's have a look who that is. That's the 48, and that is... I'll get an idea on that car in just a second. Is that the 48? Can't quite find that on the list anyway. We'll come back to that in just a second. The cars come streaking through the tail end of the field here. I wonder actually if it was number 40, in which case that would be Andrew Rackstraw making his way through. And you can see Lucas Romanek already losing the place to Jamie Sharp. That ding-dong battle that we saw in race 1 has resumed with no time given whatsoever. And there we go then. So Jordan Dempsey still being shown in second place then. So we obviously just didn't see him onto the grids here. So Colin Queen by about 2/10. There he is. So Jordan Dempsey appearing absolutely out of nowhere there, and back into that position. So the fight remains. And on to the back now. Dempsey is going to be absolutely gunning for Colin Queen right now, as going very, very defensive is Jamie Sharp coming through the exit of Clark's there. Morgan Quinn fancies a little taste of this battle as well, as into the gearbox there, and as close as you like there for Lucas Romanek, late onto the brakes there. And you see a move, a little squirrel outside at the back there. That's Benjamin Cochrane and Andre Lafond there. I think that might have been Andre Lafond in the 52 getting ahead. We'll confirm just as they go across the line. But there you go, Jordan Dempsey now, fastest lap of the race, side by side with your race leader, Colin Queen. They're going to come into Duffus now. Again, side by side, Jordan Dempsey can't get anything done there. Trying to push that car to within an inch of the traction that the car will allow right now. So it's 1 and 2 for Colin Queen and Jordan Dempsey as they line up in the championship coming into this weekend. The two drivers both from Colin Queen obviously racing for Ammonite Motorsport, and Jordan Dempsey racing for Kevin Mills Racing. Jordan came into this race weekend leading the championship, so he wants to get those full points, as that's very, very late on the brakes again. But the 62 of Colin Queen just covers it off, gets the better line there, forces that car down, and there is no room at the end for Jordan Dempsey, as we've got just 17 minutes left to go in this race. Let's have a look further down then at our Scottish contingent as well, as Michael Gray already, how's Michael Gray already up to 12th place from starting about P17? That's a start and a half from Michael Gray there. Matty Chisholm down into 13th, Bryn Kinch in 14th, Andrew Rackstraw in 15th, the madman Neil Broom himself into 16th position, Brandon McCowan in 17th, and Lucas Blakely into 18th position there. You see a little bit of a run onto the gravel there from Colin Queen, even more so from the cars behind him there. That is of course the number 21 of David Maloney, and up the inside sends it from nowhere goes Jordan Dempsey and has to keep going there. Oh, contact! Huge contact there from Colin Queen and Jordan Dempsey. You saw that one coming, and that was predictable. I just don't understand the logic behind that one. Two cars fighting for the same bit of tarmac. That could have been so nasty. Thankfully, both cars still running, but it looks like some big damage to the rear end of Jordan Dempsey there. And my goodness me, we get a chance to compose our breath there. Jordan Dempsey sent airborne, and that is off into the gravel. That is a despondent looking driver there. And I'm trying to get an ID on who that is. I think that's the number 42 of Bryn Kinch, who has only completed 5 laps there. We'll, sorry, 3 laps down. We'll get an ID on that in just a second. That's surely going to be, you would imagine, some sort of a yellow flag, if not a safety car. We'll find out in just a second as soon as the boards come out there. It could be that that car is off enough at the exit of Clark's there, but back with your race leader, Jamie Sharp, an unlikely race leader then, from Lucas Romanek and Morgan Quinn on the podium. But even more unbelievably, ladies and gentlemen, Andre Lafond is in contention not only for the podium but for the race win. Started at the back of the grid in race 1. I cannot emphasise that enough. That is proper rags to riches story here for the BRSCC national outfit. But for the Scottish outfit, Michael Gray ahead of Matty Chisholm, Neil Broom and Lucas Bleakley as well. My goodness me, what a dramatic turn to this race. And I did say the Nationals, they absolutely give no quarter here, and that is very late on the brakes for Morgan Quinn. You can see here as Andre Lafond onto the back, and look at that now, that's Benjamin Cochrane that fancies joining in with that fight as well. So it's a 5-car battle for that first position. They're all spread out, goodness me, as side by side coming down the hill there. Lucas Romanek still trying to give everything that he possibly can, trying to hold on to the back end of Jamie Sharp right here, right now, with just 14 minutes left to go in the race here. Well, a spicy second race here for the BRSCC National Formula Fords here, alongside the Scottish Formula Fords as well. And there we go to the outside, late on the brakes. That's going to send it round the outside. Surely there's going to be a little bit of contact. There is, and there goes round to number 89 of Jamie Sharp. And that was eventful. That sun is not going anywhere. That car is just going to go backwards. Now, if you're thinking about it, you might be able to roll it down a little bit and then rejoin it at the bottom of the tri-oval. But if you try and spin those tyres on the grass, that's not going to happen whatsoever. So Lucas Romanek into the lead of the race, then Morgan Quinn in second place. Andre Lafond gets a podium position. I just cannot believe I'm saying that right now after that first race. Benjamin Cochrane into to fourth position as well now, and you can see how absolutely intent that Lucas Romanek is sending it right now. But look at Benjamin Cochrane all onto the gearbox of Andre Lafond there in the number 52 car. They're almost side by side going into the final corner as Benjamin is going to try and drive around the outside. That's exactly what you saw from Jamie Sharp and from Lucas Romanek there, but it didn't happen whatsoever. As we're going across the line now, 12.5 minutes to go. How much more drama, how much more excitement can we squeeze into this race? And again, just a testament of how much this race means to these drivers. And again, the car swinging out from Lucas Romanek there, out of the chicane on the run up to Clark's there. Look at Morgan Quinn, fastest lap of the race to Morgan Quinn. Catching on to the back then of Lucas Romanek by about 4/100ths of a second every single lap. That's not going to be enough, but it might be enough to start closing the gap here as we see David Maloney catching on to the back. In fact, that's Sean Rashid, sorry, catching on to the back of Colin Queen. So Colin Queen, you can see that big damage on the front right there, the bodywork damaged on that car. That'll not be helping the aerodynamics of that car in any way whatsoever. down through the Duffus Dip. With 11.5 minutes left to go here, it's still Lucas Romanek from Morgan Quinn, from Andre Lafond, Benjamin Cochrane in 4th position, Colin Queen in 5th, Sean Rashid in 6th position, David Maloney in 7th, Megan Gilks in 8th position, Andrew Rackstraw, another brilliant recovery drive there from the back of the grid into 9th, and Michael Gray for the Scottish contingent, the leading Scottish driver, and into that top 10. We saw him there earlier on, and we have to hope that whatever gremlins caught him out in that first race don't re-emerge in this second one. But again, nose to tail racing all the way through the grids here, as we rapidly approach this halfway point in this final race for the Scottish Formula Fords and the BRSCC National Formula Fords. Lucas Romanek still out in front of this race, and actually looks like he's starting to extend that gap over Morgan Quinn in the number 88 machine. Of course, Morgan Quinn out there as part of the BRSCC outfit for Team Dolan, a team with quite a lot of history within the BRSCC and within the Formula Ford outfit as well. Onto the brakes, into the hairpin then goes the number 62 then. And excuse me, actually that's the 52, isn't it, of Andre Lafond there. I was getting mixed up with the number 62 of Colin Queen, which is down in 5th position. But Andre Lafond looks like opening up a little bit of a gap. I was a little bit worried about Benjamin Cochrane closing right up to that car in front there, but such issues as the cars come streaming down Duffus Dip. And just to give you an update on Lucas Blakely, up into P15 now. Currently just 5/10 of a second behind the 92. And doing a grand job. And this is actually the 92. You can see the 189 there. That's Tom Nippers. 19 seconds behind the lead there. You've got a little bit of dust being kicked up from the cars in front as they go over the exit of Clark's Corner there. 9 minutes left to go. Your leader's just crossing off another lap there. The gap between Romanek and Quinn, 1.1 seconds. The gap between Romanek and Lafond, 3 seconds as they come down the hill then in towards McIntyre's. And there you see the number 52 of Andre Lafond sending that car into the corner there. But yeah, he is absolutely overdriving that car right now. You can see the way that he's having to push. He knows the 33 of Benjamin Cochrane is waiting to try and take that position back there. But again, it gets a good exit from Clark Corner there, and there's nothing really that Benjamin can do other than, you know, trying to make an optimistic move around the outside of the corner there. But just looking back at our former fight for the lead between Colin Queen and Jordan Dempsey, you know, they were caught up in that one as well. We had Lucas Romanek involved in that one, as Lucas Romanek and Jamie Sharp down in 18th position. Jamie Sharp is still on the same lap, but now 20 odd seconds behind the race leader. And have a look at this now. This is starting to get a little bit fast and frantic between Andre Lafond and Benjamin Cochrane then. This is the battle for third place, and look at just how much that car is sliding underneath Andre Lafond right now. He's pushing it to everything that he can, but this is it. This is the slipstream now for Benjamin Cochrane. Again, it's going to have to be late onto the brakes. You can see how much that car is wiggling under braking for the 52. Surely it's only going to be a matter of time. It's a good exit from the corner there from Benjamin Cochrane in the 33 here, as we've got 7 minutes left to go in this race. It looks like it's a nice little gap there, you've got to be honest, with Lucas Romanek up there in front, 1.5 seconds ahead of Morgan Quinn right now for first position. Back to this battle for third and fourth position there. Andre Lafond ahead of Benjamin Cochrane. And we've seen this so many times in so many previous races as well, where a car is so close to the car in front, only to send a dummy and then do something completely different on the final lap there, as you see, out to the outside. Benjamin Cochrane again trying to go deep into the corner there, get a good run out, and gets a much better run out there from the corner than Andre Lafond there. But across the line then, that gap to Morgan Quinn then increasing now to 1.8 seconds. So Lucas Romanek has a good chance as around the outside. That's optimistic. That is optimistic from Benjamin Cochrane. I think all he's trying to do at the moment is try and make a nuisance of himself and just get in the mirrors of Andre Lafond, try and force him into making a mistake of his own volition here. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But the 33 still danger close to that number 52 of Andre Lafond in front. Colin Queen in 5th position. We've got a car off into the gravel. That's the 189 of Tom Nippers, and that looks like, now is that the top of the chicane? We'll get an idea on exactly where that car is just now. So that's at the hairpin. So that is at the final corner on the track, and of course yellow flags being out mean that you're not going to be able to overtake, and that's the 69 that has spun the car. That's Brandon McCaughan, and that is on the exit of the chicane. And again, seeing where that car is positioned, I can put 2 and 2 together and say that he's taken too much of the curb on the inside. The car's over-rotated, spun him off onto the right-hand side there, and he's just got going, and that is... you're going to have to run a little bit faster than that, my friend, because there's a lot of very fast Formula Fords out there on track. But there will be yellow flags flying while that car is out there. But back to this battle for 3rd position. Andre Lafond still trying to hold on to the final podium spot. We've got 4.5 minutes left to go in that race. And Benjamin Cochrane just starting to fall away a little bit. And yeah, I do not like where that car is sitting. That is almost pointing straight on to the cars there, but obviously that camera is a little bit deceiving because of the zoom. It makes it look like it's much closer to the track than it actually is here. But back to your battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th then. Lucas Romanek opening a gap of 2.5 seconds over Morgan Quinn as we head into the final stages of this race. But this is the battle that we're keeping an eye on now. This is becoming a 3-way battle. And what we didn't realise is that Colin Queen closing in at a rate of knots on these two here. So Colin Queen still in with a chance of getting a decent result here, getting a podium here. I think he'd be fairly happy given the chaos that ensued earlier on. He obviously wants to take the race win, but it doesn't look like that's going to be within his grasp right now. 3.5 minutes left to go. Lucas Romanek rattling off another lap there, still doing the 53.9s. That's impressive pace. But Andre Lafond from Benjamin Cochrane and Colin Queen. And Colin Queen doing a personal best that last lap round there, as almost sideways down through Duffus is Andre Lafond ahead of Benjamin Cochrane. Further down then, 6th place for Sean Rashid, Andrew Rackstraw up into P7, 8th place for David Maloney, Megan Gilks in P9. The first of the Scottish contingent is Mikey Gray in 10th position. Great job there. Matty Chisholm in 11th, Neil Broom in 12th position. So it's Scotland 1, 2, 3 in 10, 11, 12. Lucas Blakely makes it P4 for Scotland in 13th position. Brandon McCaughan in 14th, Gabe Tesh down in 15th position, Jamie Sharp in 16th, and Jordan Dempsey in 17th position. So with just a handful of laps now, maybe 2-3 laps left to go here, this is tantalisingly close now, this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The gap between Romanek and Quinn looks to be done. That looks to be a game over for that one. 3.4 seconds for Lucas Romanek. So we'll focus on this battle for 3rd position. Andre Lafond ahead of Benjamin Cochrane, and then you've got Colin Queen trying to get back into this mix again. You can see the tail end of the 52 absolutely weaving it out. Is it going to be a move up the inside? It is, up into Clark Corner. Oh, that was textbook stuff there, and the two of them now are going to be very compromised here. They're nose to tail going along this back straight here, and look at the run that Colin Queen has got on the two of them. Is it going to be a dive to the inside for Andre Lafond? It's not. And what that is that gives a heck of a run to Colin Queen along this start-finish straight here. He's going to want to try and hold on to the back of Benjamin Cochrane, who goes across the line with 1 minute and 30 left to go into that 3rd position. And then it's Andre Lafond in 4th, and then Colin Queen in that 5th position. Now, where is Queen going to try and make his move into 4th position? He thinks about it there, and that's a big moment there for Andre Lafond there. That is going to take huge amounts of time, and that could have been pivotal. That could have been the chance for the number 62 of Colin Queen to catch up. And there we go, up the inside of Clark's. He's already been caught once there, and he thinks better of it. That is amazing defensive work there from the number 52 on the number 62 there, as Andre Lafond just kept the foot and kept the faith and held that car around the outside of Clark Corner there. Brilliant defensive driving here as we go on to what probably I would imagine might be our final lap. No, it's not. We've still got one more lap left to go then after this one. So the penultimate lap, as we've got 40 seconds on the clock here, I would imagine. We might get the last lap board here as we head round, but it's still Lucas Romanek now stretching away that gap now, 4.1 seconds over Morgan Quinn. Benjamin Cochrane in 3rd position, 0.7 of a second ahead of Andre Lafond, and a very frustrated Colin Queen trying to make his way past that car in 4th position, but no such luck just now. We've got 12 seconds on the board, and there is Lucas Romanek going to be coming across the line. And let's see what we have coming out here. And there we go, last lap board confirmed out for Lucas Romanek. In fact, there is the last lap board, and the checker flag flies as well. So I think that might be out a little bit early. We'll certainly find out, because the car's still going round. So Lucas Romanek still going round. It's still showing us as 1 lap left to go there. So here we go then, as Lucas Romanek coming through Clark's End for the final time of asking. And listen, you can't exactly blame the over-eagerness, as we've got double waved yellows into that final corner then, and that is exactly for that car there. But now we go into the final corner, and now Lucas Romanek can celebrate as the checker flag flies. It's a brilliant win for Lucas Romanek. I think race control are going to be looking at several incidents after the race there. Morgan Quinn, though, takes a very well-deserved 2nd place. Benjamin Cochrane in 3rd place. Andre Lafond going to hold on to that 4th position, and Colin Queen in 5th position. Andrew Rackstraw will finish in 6th. Sean Rashid in 7th. David Maloney in 8th position. Megan Gilks in 9th. Michael Gray is going to finish in 10th position. Leading out the Scottish contingent then, and finally getting that position there, Neil Broom in 2nd place for the Scottish Army in 11th position. Matty Chisholm in 12th. Lucas Blakely in 13th position, finishing his first race of the season here. Brandon McCon in 14th. Jordan Dempsey in 15th. Jamie Sharp in 16th. Gabe Tesh in 17th position. Drew Stewart in 18th there. 19th position for Tom Nippers, and 20th position for Bryn Kinch. Wow. Talk about an exciting race there, ladies and gentlemen. That was the final race from the BRSCC National Formula Ford 1600s, and including the Scottish Formula Ford 1600 Championships. So the cars making their way round just now. And that is a very delighted person on the pit wall there, waving to the cars there as well. So into the pit lane then, and the cars coming round into the holding area. So let's hand it over to Andy Alston as the cars get parked up.
No, I thought you were in the gravel. That was the first right. That was the first. No, I thought you were at the hairpin. No, that's one of the ones.
Okay, well that was another dramatic race there in the Formula 4s. Let's get a quick catch up with Michael Gray, first across the line in the Scottish contingent. Michael, very interesting 2 races there in the Formula 4s. Talk us through the finale there from your perspective.
Well, obviously after the contact I had in race 1, your flies down. Obviously, so contact in race 1, so that's put me to the back, got a mega start, and I think I got 4 or 5 places before turn 1.
which was mega, and then that let me keep with the guys that I wanted to keep with, pull away from the rest of the Scottish guys, and yeah, was interested. I was following the back of Megan there. I felt like we couldn't make a move. I don't know what happened. There wasn't no last lap board. They just put the checkered flag out, so I don't know what happened there, but I'm really happy with that. Obviously I wanted 2 wins. It would have been 2 wins, but I'll take 1.
And you turn your attention to the next round now in a few weeks' time. What's the game plan going into that one?
Obviously Croft, I've not been there for since 2015, so it'll be yeah, go there and try and keep this momentum up now. I've got the win, try and keep that going, try and get 2 or 3 wins. I think it's 3 races down there, so try and get 3 Scottish wins, and again I think I've equipped myself well with the national guys. So yeah, that'd be the aim, to show well with them.
Great stuff, Michael. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Michael Gray there for the Scottish contingent. So, yep, interesting racing throughout, and the second one here today. Let's get a quick catch up with Neil Broom. Neil, the car was had a little bit of damage we spoke about in the first race, but well, looks
you can see
pretty decent.
We now have a nose cone entirely fabricated from tank tape. All just goes to show the old adage of in racing, nobody goes racing without tank tape and cable ties.
Well, that's it. And then it's, how did the car feel overall? Was it
not too bad?
Okay?
Not too bad. We had the setup bars on it. It's always a little difficult in the open air because the wind blows the strings around the place, but it was the best by eye setup we could do. We're maybe like 3-4 tenths off the pace we were at in the first race, but it was good enough for to get second place for the Scottish guys and keep up with the pack. So yeah, no, happy days.
Excellent, great stuff. Thanks for speaking to us, Neil.
Thanks very much.
Neil Broom there, who crosses the line second in the Scottish Formula Ford Championship. Very interesting race, I have to say. Lots of storylines developing throughout the field, as we know. It's been great to have the BRSCC national drivers with us in this one. But I'll now hand back to Dave Christie to get the action underway in a few moments' time.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much, Andy Alston, down there chatting with the drivers. And that is the last of the action from the BRSCC National and Scottish Formula Ford Championship. We move our attention now to the final 2 races before we have our third Mini Cooper Cup race of the day. Scottish Fiesta ST Cup back on again. If you cast your mind back, we had a very eventful race 1. We had a car on its roof, and we had a car narrowly missing playing wee bowling coming down through the hill at Duffus. Goodness knows how that car managed to get through the eye of the needle. And Mark Dixon, I think it's safe to say, is going to be buying some lottery tickets for midweek after getting away with goodness knows what else on that race. But a nice recovery drive nonetheless from Mark Dixon. That is what we have got to look forward to just now. Race 2 is about to happen. We're about to get the cars heading out on to track. After that, remember, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the final race from the Scottish C1 Cup. And then it is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well. So we've got 3 races left to go. As I said, we're running about what looks like 10 minutes behind schedule at the moment. So there'll be some recovery work as well from the hairpin. And while that's happening, you can see there the car recovered onto the track there. And some clean-up work from the many cars that have gone wide at Clark's there. And again, a very thankful job that they have cleaning up all of that litter, the exit of the corner there. So having a look at the Knockhill recovery truck, I can't imagine that there's actually anything on that. Indeed, there isn't, because we only had that one car that was beached in the gravel at the hairpin there. And I'd imagine that would probably be able to get out under its own steam as well. And yep, there it is into pit lane. And as if by magic, look at that in the distance, we can see the sprightly figure of Andy Alston poised, waiting to get onto the grid for our Scottish Fiesta ST Cup race. While we've got a couple of seconds though, Tim, say a huge thank you to everyone who has joined us on this live stream this afternoon. You've certainly made it a very enjoyable experience of it, and it's fantastic for us to get a couple of hundred viewers on our very first live stream. So whether you're watching on YouTube YouTube or watching on Facebook itself, just know that we're very, very thankful, and we hope that you are going to be joining us for many of our future races. The entire season, the entire 2022 season is going to be live streamed, so we're very much looking forward to that. And then you can hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Duncan Vincent on the circuit commentary in the background there as we get ready to go live for our third to last race here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. As I said, the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reece Motorsport Insurance and Yokohama Tyres even, as well as Wheels Around, for that final race for the STs. Now let's cast our minds back, and we can see down there in pit lane the actual cars making their way off. So this is a very, very welcome sight, actually, watching these cars making their way down. Of course, we've got a couple of extra minutes in between the races, which means that our wonderfully nimble cameraman, Avant Hollings, can actually run like crazy and get down, when in reality it's probably about 20 metres of a little wander down the hill there. Yeah, well, let's see. Anyway, we're very grateful nonetheless, and yeah, doing a fantastic job of that one. So the ST cars are in pit lane. They'll be waiting rather to get the green flag to head out onto track. It looks like that has happened, and in which case that means that we can resume that pretty mad battle that we had between Stephen Gray and Dave Colville from race 1, and the cars heading out onto track. So let's have a look then how the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reece Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around, is going to go for race number 2. Pole position then for Stephen Gray for the second race of the day, ahead of David Colville. Mark Dixon alongside Liam Gill on row 2. Brodie Orr is going to be looking to get himself back up into the podium position alongside Ian Blackley. Position 7 for Russell Morgan alongside the man, the myth, the legend himself, Peter Cruikshank. Kieran Preedy feels the need for Preed on row 5 alongside Stephen Ward. It's then Gerald Henry alongside Aaron Ward on row 6. Lucy Hales-Maver in row 7 alongside Ben Kriener, making his debut this weekend in the SMRC. And then it's Stuart Murray in 15th position at the back of the grid. So the cars making their way around. As soon as we get them onto the grid, we'll head to Andy Alston, who can have a little bit of a chat. But as we said, we've got the C1 Cup for their final race after this one, and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well. So wherever you're watching, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook as well, if you can give us a like, a follow, a share, a subscribe, give us a comment if you want as well. All of your engagements very, very much appreciated. And we are watching. We are literally sitting here with our little YouTube tab open. So if you've got any questions that you want to throw in, then we'll do our very best to answer them. But with that in mind, it looks like the car's heading onto the grid, so it's time to head to Andy Alston, who's live there on the grid.
Absolutely not long to go until the second race here in the Fiestas. Of course, it's Stephen Gray leading the way alongside Dave Colville. Cars just making their way up the track now, and there is our pole man for the second race. It is Stephen Gray in car number 24, who will be looking to get a clean getaway and try and make it 2 for 2 here in this championship. Let's have a quick chat with Stephen Gray. Stephen, what's the game plan going into turn 1 here?
To still be in P1 at the end of turn 1. It's going to be close again, I think, this race. I'm going to have to hold on tight, I think.
Yeah, and is there, how important is that defensive side of the game? You know, particularly going into Duffus, particularly going into the hairpin as well. Drivers looking to try and make a move there.
Yeah, hugely important, because I think Dave will have a bit more speed than me this race again. So I think he'll be defending for most of it, to be honest, if I can stay in the lead.
Yeah. All right. Have a great race. Thanks for speaking to us.
Cheers.
That's Stephen Gray there, starting this one from pole position alongside the 52 car of Dave Colville. We'll hand over to Dave Christie in the commentary box to get us underway.
A huge thank you then to Andy Alston on the grids, and doing a fine job on there as always. The cars lined up, poised, ready to go. The 1 minute board flies. And we are ready to go then with the third to last race here at Knockhill. We hope you've had a fantastic afternoon. We've certainly enjoyed all of the thrills and spills, and I tell you what, if this is how the 2022 season is going to be going for SMRC, my goodness me, we are in for a stellar year. What a year to be live streaming as well. 5-second board goes out, the lights are about to come on the gantry, and the ST150s are about to roar into life here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. Lights are on, the drivers hold their breath, and we go racing then for the second time with the STs. That's a great start then for Stephen Gray around the outside. You can see in third row, that looks like Broadior trying to make a move as well. The 24 of Stephen Gray leads them round then as we go down into Duffus Dip, down into McIntyre's for the first time asking. Look at the gap that Stephen Gray has got, and look at that in the background as well. That is Liam McGill. He's punching well above his weight here. He was licking his chops to get involved in this early on in race 1, and he is absolutely thrilled to be back in the thick of it in race number 2, and he's up into third position already. Great move to get that done there, and up into fourth then is the 31 of Broadior. So that means then that that looks like it's Mark Dixon who is going to be sent backwards if that is the case. So we'll have a look there up the inside. That's a little look late on the brakes then for Liam McGill. He sends it in. Does he get the move done? He's on the inside there, and he does. Second place for Liam McGill, and that is awesome stuff. He properly sent that car from quite a far way away there. Gets that second position. Broadior is having a little look up the inside there of Mark Dixon as well there. So the number 69 car into that third place there. And Liam McGill up into second there. So you see Broadior starting to try and dance about in the mirrors of Mark Dixon up in front there. And yeah, an enthralling start to the race. But meanwhile, Stephen Gray's just been absolutely left to run riot now. That's about a second of a gap that he's got up in the lead of this race. Have a look at Liam McGill though. Did not expect to see him up into second at such an early stage of the race here. And quite honestly, he's got a lot of pace in that car. And there we go. So out of the hairpin for the second time of asking. It's going to be 10 laps left to go here, as you see the number 52, sorry, the 52 of Dave Colville trying to make a recovery drive here, trying to get that position back from Broadior. They're going to be side by side coming in, and there we go. Dave Colville just fires it up the inside there. No fight back there from Broadior, and to be honest, it's a bit of intelligent driving from Broady, because he can use the toe of the car in front to drag him up and through the order there, as a poor innocent floppy marker gets thrown to the wayside there by Liam McGill, and maybe that explains as to why he's done the fastest lap of the race there. 61.622 for that car in second place. He is a hunting that race leader of Stephen Gray right now, and pushing really hard. Meanwhile, further back there, you've got the likes of Russell Morgan, Kieran Preedy, Peter Cruikshank, and that is a move up the inside from the 37 of Russell Morgan. It makes it happen. The 61 wants to have a look as well, and that means that 61 of Peter Cruikshank showing Kieran Preedy exactly how it's done, but he has to back out and end up leaving himself vulnerable to the 66 there. So here we go then, 9 laps left to go in this race then, and you can see Ian Blackley there having to defend from the 37, and 37 of Russell Morgan just sends it in, gets it done, and these ST150s are not afraid of taking liberties. There's another poor floppy marker at the chicane, left to ruin. And I think track limits are a mere suggestion to these ST150s, as you see a big puff of gravel smoke as the leaders get through. Stephen Gray, Liam McGill and Mark Dixon then heading their way around for the third time of asking. They're already away to start another lap. Mark Dixon, your current fastest driver, ahead of Dave Colville right now, and this is closing up very nicely indeed. 0.2 of a second between Liam McGill and Stephen Gray. McGill is in such a difficult position, because look at Mark Dixon. absolutely charging up through the order here, and also bringing Dave Colville into the mix as well. Down into McIntyre's then, and Liam McGill still trying to catch on to the back then of Stephen Gray, and Colville wants to get back up to fight his buddy Stephen Gray right now. That's what's going to be happening here. Again, the car's coming through Clark Corner here a little bit more tidy than it was last time round. Now, what is going to happen here? Is Mark Dixon going to get enough of a run on Liam McGill? Is he going to look to the inside here? He is, but he thinks better of it, and McGill forced to brake a little bit later here. As the 4 cars make their way out of the final hairpin, then Stephen Gray leads from Liam McGill, leads from Mark Dixon, leads from Dave Colville, but it's almost 2 by 2 coming down into the first corner, and that's going to be round the outside. There's going to be a little bit of rubbing there, and that's on the inside for Dave Colville. He thinks about going on the inside there, but can't quite make it happen. He does that time round though. That's up to 3rd position for Dave Colville, and that means that he's going to be hunting down now Liam McGill. So Mark Dixon dumped down out of the podium unceremoniously with only 7 laps left to go. Colville now chasing down your leading 2 drivers. Stephen Gray in the lead ahead of Liam McGill, and this is like a 3D chess match. So many moving pieces happening and unfolding in front of our very eyes with the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, supported by Reese Motorsport Insurance, Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. And I tell you what, they're certainly getting their money's worth today, as deep, deep, deep goes Dave Colville, and that is going to compromise his exit, but somehow he absolutely lights it up out of the corner there in the number 52, despite going deep, gets the corner. Now that is the number 38, and that's Ben Kriener. And that is a very curious position for that car to be dumped by. That is down by the tri-oval. And yeah, that's a very unusual place for that car to be left off the track. I wonder if that is Ben's attempt to try and keep the car out of harm's way there. Meanwhile, the number 24 of Stephen Gray then has that car of Liam McGill chasing him down, hunting him down here, and there's a big gap there, and Dave, oh my goodness me, that's Dave Colville pulling to the inside. That looks like it's going to be a transmission issue for that car. You can see the smoke piling out underneath. He's blown something on the engine. He pulls off, and I think he knows that there's some sort of fluid coming off of that car. Pulls straight to a marshal's post. And there we go then. So back further down the order then. This is Stephen Ward, and again we're not really had a look too far down the order here, but this is Stephen Ward trying to chase down Ian Blackley. That was a battle for 6th and 7th position. Back to our race leaders though, as Stephen Gray with just 5 laps left to go in the 24, 7/10 of a second ahead of Liam McGill here. And I think that gap's coming down by about 1 to 2 tenths of a second. We've got flashing yellow flags here, obviously for that car that's pulled off on the exit of Clark Corner there. You can see Mark Dixon still trying to hold on. That moves Brodiora up into 4th position and Russell Morgan into 5th. But there's that battle between the number 333 of Ian Blackley and Stephen Ward. They're still fighting out tooth and nail, just 1/10 of a second. And yeah, awesome stuff, and that is a big lock up at the brakes there for the number 55 of Stephen Ward there. I'm surprised he's got any brakes left there. You saw the car jinking to the left, having to try and slow down there, and eventually getting that car pulled right round. That has cost him a bucket load of time, and that now throws him into the clutches of Mr. Experience himself, number 61, Peter Cruikshank, who is trying to make this work here. So unbelievable scenes there, as somehow that number 55 gets the car stopped down in time. And wow, oh wow, awesome stuff here. 4 laps left to go in the race then for the ST150s. Well, what a race we have had. Stephen Gray still out now by 0.8 of a second. Liam McGill trying his best to hold on and catch up to this, but in all honesty, it looks like Stephen Gray has the measure of this car behind him, but that is a good exit out the final hairpin then, and it's going to be 3 laps left to go as we cross the line here just now. My concern is actually with Mark Dixon, that 69 car that's down in 3rd position, because he's now just 1.5 seconds behind Liam McGill as they come down towards Duffus Dip yet again. So the pace that Dixon has, he is a 10th faster than your race leader, but he's also, you know, half a 10th faster than Liam McGill up in front. So Mark Dixon has the pace to catch them up here, but does he have enough pace to get past them? That is the $1 million question here. On the exit of Clark then, and again it's a very cool, calm, collected performance from Stephen Gray. He's just been firing in the lap times, doing everything that he possibly can do. Takes that gap to over a second, and the number 62, I fear, is getting fed backwards into the clutches of Mark Dixon. But we're going to have 2 laps left to go in this Scottish Fiesta ST Championship race. We'll give you an update on the challenge as well. Well, first off, Aaron Ward is our guest, so by default he is our leading guest. But with the ST Challenge, it's Stuart Murray, Kieran Preedy and Ben Creener. And that would mean then that it's going to be Kieran Preedy who takes the lead of the ST Challenge, because he's down in 10th position just now. Ben Creener in 14th and Stuart Murray down in 15th as well. But here is your race leader, Stephen Gray, then coming out of the chicane down towards Clark's Corner then, and he'll be starting his final lap in just a couple of seconds time. It could be that this is how the race is going to finish here. And if it is, I think that both Stephen Gray, Liam McGill and Mark Dixon will be over the moon. They will be very, very happy to take these positions. But you get the feeling just from the pace that Mark Dixon has, he has got something. That's a poor exit out the corner from Liam McGill. You saw just that left rear into the gravel. And there comes Mark Dixon. He smells blood in the waters. The last lap board is out. That allows Stephen Gray to rocket off into the sunshine to hopefully, you would say, win this final ST race of the afternoon here. But it's all about Liam McGill and Mark Dixon as they head down into McIntyre's. That gap now is about a shoelace. That's about all that there is split between these two, and you've got to get a feeling that it's going to be a send, possibly into Clark's, possibly into this final corner here. He's a little bit too far back, is Mark Dixon right now, but a race leader, well, he's making it as difficult as he can, because he puts that rear wheel over the curb at Clark's. It unsettles the car a little bit here. Is Mark Dixon too far back? We'll keep an eye on that one. I think it is. I think it's done and it's dusted. Around the final corner comes Stephen Gray. It's been an exemplary performance with everything going to hell in a handbasket around him. Stephen Gray wins the second race for the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship. Liam McGill in second, Mark Dixon in third place. Your leading challenge car is going to be Kieran Preedy down in P10. Fourth place, Broadyard, great result for him. Russell Morgan gets fifth, Ian Blackley in sixth, Stephen Ward in seventh, Gerald Henry in 8th position, Peter Cruikshank in 9th, and then, as we said, Kieran Preedy in 10th, Aaron Ward in 11th place, Lucy Hales-Maver in 12th, Dave Colville in 13th position, Ben Creener finishing down on power and down in 14th position, and Stuart Murray not taking the start of that race. So there we go, great win there for Stephen Gray. Second place for Liam McGill, third place for Mark Dixon, and the cars making their way round to pit lane and to the holding area. Again, Andy Alston will be out there standing by the podium ready to chat to our race drivers. But yeah, brilliant stuff to see. Stephen Gray, of course, our reigning 2021 champion, and great to see that the challenge class winner of Mark Dixon still out there as well and getting that hard-fought third place. But the cars exiting the hairpin now, making their way off into pit lane, and some big smiles and big happy faces as the cars make their way up into the pit lane. So they'll be heading round, and we'll have Andy Alston in a couple of seconds to chat to our top 3 and our ST Challenge winner as well. But the car's heading way round then, and it's over to Andy Alston to have a chat with Stephen Gray, Liam McGill, Mark Dixon, and our leading ST Challenge car, Kieran Preedy.
Absolutely, Dave. Some great action once more in the Fiesta as the front 3 make their way towards the podium, led by that man there, Stephen Gray, car number 24, with a fabulous victory in race number 2. Liam McGill, car 62, brings that green car home in second place, with Mark Dixon rounding out the final step of the podium. But let's grab a quick chat with Stephen Gray, get his thoughts on how that race unfolded, and it's been a very strong performance overall from the number 24 car. And Stephen, great weekend overall for you, really. You must be absolutely delighted with how things have gone.
Really, really happy, really. I couldn't have started the season any better, to be honest. I'm not quite sure what happened to Dave there. I think he got a bit of a slow start, and it looked like he's actually stopped at the side of the track there. So I was expecting a really close battle. Like I said at the start of the race, I expected a really close battle with him, so shame he couldn't be in there, but it looks like a great drive from Liam as well. He's got come up for quite a few places back, actually, so yeah, over the moon, 2 wins, great way to start the season.
Absolutely great drive, thanks for speaking to us.
No worries, cheers.
Stephen Gray there. Let's get a quick chat with second place driver Liam McGill. Liam, rounding off the weekend with a podium, you'll be happy with that. Good scrap between you and Mark Dixon for second place.
Aye, it was. I seen him in the mirror and he was coming fast, but no, it was good. It was good. I'm kind of glad I got second there. I didn't think I would be anywhere near that kind of position at the start of the day. I qualified 6th, so it kind of knocked the heart out of me a wee bit, but well, we're making steps forward with the car and we'll slowly get there. Yeah.
So it's the approach going into the next round then, because you can take that confidence with you if the second place finish into, you know, the next event.
I think we need to take a look at the car. I think the problem is the straight line speed. It's just terrible. So you can do it at a half decent time, but the problem is when you're trying to race people, you know, coming out the corner, they get the legs on you and you can't get them. So the only time I've really got an opportunity passing people seems to be at the start, and then after that it's kind of, you know, I'm in my own race a little bit.
Yeah. Thanks for speaking to us, Liam. Great drive.
Thank you.
Liam McGill there. Let's get a wee quick chat with this man here, Kieran Preedy, in the number 21 car. Kieran must be really happy with how the weekend's gone overall, and looking very, very quick in that car into the bargain.
2 wins in the class anyway, so can't ask for more for that. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, car's going well as well. Had a couple of, I think the exhaust fell off in practice yesterday, but it seems to have held on now, so.
Must have been a bit nervy.
Yeah, it was a bit. Big bangs.
Absolutely. And just talk to us a little bit about your approach to this season. What's the expectations for you? What are you kind of hoping to achieve?
Just as many podiums as I can get, really. Yeah, nothing else. Yeah, that's my approach. Yeah.
Absolutely. You can't go wrong if you do that.
No, yeah, get ahead of the other guys. That's it.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to us, Kieran. Best of luck. Cheers. Kieran Preedy there in the number 21 car. A wee quick chat with Mr Dixon as well, rounding out the podium in race number 2, and great drive between you and Liam McGill as well. Very entertaining scraps.
Me and McGill are quite good pals, so always give each other a bit of space when possible anyway. Want to finish races both of us, so keep each other's way.
You happy with the weekend overall?
Aye, brilliant. First time out my car, so it's a new car I bought for last season, so aye, really happy.
So how does it feel in comparison to the old one?
Well, that's a cup car, the other one was a challenge car. That's unbelievable now. So that's what's holding me back, so now only way is up.
So a bit more power under the right foot then as well?
Definitely.
Always helps. Great stuff. Thanks for speaking to us. Great action there as always in the Fiestas. We'll now hand back over to Dave Christie, who'll talk us through the next race, which is about to get underway.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much, Andy Alston, over there having a chat with our podium from the Scottish Fiesta ST Championship, and we move on for the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup, supported by the Scottish Motor Trade Association, our penultimate race of the day here on this incredible opening round of the SMRC 2022 Championship, powered by Reese Motorsport Insurance. And my goodness me, what an initial race to get for our live stream. Just incredible stuff. And we get a second helping of my beloved C1s. It's always a good day out. I hope that first race showed you exactly in a nutshell why I love these little cars so much. They're just absolutely bonkers. They've got no power, they've got no grip, and they are just so much fun to drive. And as you saw, the drivers, when they got out the cars, grinning from ear to ear. And for the price involved in getting involved with them, it's a no-brainer, really, really is. So if you've ever fancied getting yourself involved into racing, getting over to smrc.co.uk, they will put you in touch. If you click on the different championships tab, you can click on the C1s, and it will tell you about the race organizer and the race contact as well. They can put you in touch with not only teams who can build you a car, they can also put you in touch with teams that rent out their cars. You can actually do what they call arrive and drive. As long as you've got your racing licence, you can basically pay a set fee for the weekends, and that covers you for like all your fuel and all of your race fees as well. So let's have a look then how the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup lines up then. Row 1, Mark Nisbet is going to lead the fields off with Andrew Davidson in second place. Sam Corson in third alongside Kyle Nisbet, resuming their little battle. Finlay Brunton starts down in fifth position with Ross Dunn in sixth. Row 4 is going to be Callum Conway in seventh position with Thomas Comer in eighth. Row 5 is going to be Rich Flett in ninth, Aidan Wilson in 10th. Paul Winfield starts on row 6 alongside James Hitchin, Lazo Benet and Gordon Dundee on row 7, and then Ian Cochrane at the back of the grids. So the cars making their way round the tri-oval, now round the hairpin. And a little known fact that you know, back in the day here at Knockhill, that little loop that you can see right in front of you was popularly used by the stock cars when they were up here. And it was, I think it was about 10-15 years ago that they stopped doing that, but it was a very, very popular attraction to Knockhill here. Another popular attraction is that gloriously handsome man that is down there on the grid there, standing right beside Andy Alston.
I was going to say, that wasn't me you talked about there, was it? So there we are, action almost about to get underway in the Scottish C1 Cup. The cars are just making their way on to their grid positions. Let's get a quick chat with the man who will be leading the way on the inside line as well. It is Kyle Nisbet in the 117 car. And
Nisbet.
Oh, beg your pardon. Well, you'll be leading the way in the Nisbet class anyway. What's the kind of what's the expectations going into this one? You find yourself in a good position here.
I have indeed. I got lucky with getting pole due to the draw, so just hoping we can make it stick. Just got to get a good start and see where we go from here, eh?
Absolutely. Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. And we've got the other Nisbet car there, currently in the second row of the grid, car number 17, alongside the number 68 of Sam Corson there, lining up on the grid as well, into his second season here in the C1 Cup as well, after a very impressive debut campaign. And the cars are just about all in their positions now, and we'll get underway in a few moments' time. So it's time to hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Andy, and great to hear from the grid there ahead of our penultimate race of the day. And a huge thank you, as always, to all of the track staff here at Knockhill Racing Circuit, as well to all of the wonderful volunteer Orange Army who give up so much of their time at the weekends to make sure that these drivers can go out and have a little bit of fun on the track, and that we get to enjoy that little bit of fun on the live stream here. But 5-second board is held out. The SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup is a way to build to a crescendo here. The final race for them of the afternoon, and it's a quick turnaround. Lights out, away we go. Nisbet gets a fairly even start there with the number 70, Andrew Davidson, trying to get the run round the outside of turn 1. I think he's got the run. I think he's going to be able to make it work. And we're side-by-side contact, and the two of them go side by side. The car goes speeding off, and there's chaos and mayhem at the second race of the SMTA Citroen C1 Cup. And as cool and as calm as you wanted it to be, it was never going to work. Andrew Davidson trying to go around the outside of a car on the first corner, Yeah, that's probably not the best solution there, but again, the wonderful thing about this is, other than cost them about 40 seconds on the car, these cars are built like tanks. They'll still get going. They'll be back into the race here. Anyway, now that all that drama has kicked off, my goodness me, that was just nuts going into Joppa's dip there. We've got a car being forced out onto the grass there. You can hear the tyre squeal of all the cars as they make their way into the hairpin there, as that is the number 24 making its way up the inside there. And my goodness me, that was yeah, that was Ian Wilson making a move and a half there. And there we go. We've got on-screen graphics, no expense spared here on the live stream, and a huge thank you to poor Lester Forbes, who I swear to God has been frantically working behind the scenes, swearing at trying to get this live timing synced up, but it's finally working. So a huge thank you, as always, to the team behind the scenes at AJK Television for this awesome presentation this afternoon. Right, let's get back down to business then. Let's focus on what we've got. You're kidding me. You're not telling me the 68 Sam Corson's in the lead of this race. Right, he's going to be very, very happy with this then. So it's Sam Corson from Ross Dunn, from Finlay Brunton, and then you've got Thomas Comer up into fourth position there, and then that means that Rich Flett down in 5th as well in that other little battle. You've also got Callum Conway involved in that one. So this is just, I mean, this has turned the entire race on its head. Fantastic stuff. Sam Corson, though, streaks away to about 0.7 of a second ahead of Ross Dunn and Finlay Brunton. Given the pace of those second and third cars, I wouldn't expect that gap to last too long, because they are quite formidable challengers, certainly for this race win. But look at Finlay Brunton, tries to look around the outside at McIntyre's. Ross Dunn runs a little bit wide here. Brunton wants to take that position, and remember, it was just pipped at the post on race number 1 here, so we've still got 10 laps left to go in this race. All of that madness happened on the first corner of the first lap of the final race for these C1s here. But yeah, awesome fun and frivolity that we're seeing unfolding in front of us. So here's how the order looks just now then. Sam Corson in the lead of the race from Ross Dunn. Finlay Brunton in 3rd place, Thomas Comer in 4th, Callum Conway is in 5th position, Rich Flett is down in 6th, Paul Winfield in 7th, Lazo Benet somehow getting from the back of the grid up into 8th position. So yeah, what a run from him. James Hitchin in 9th, Gordon Dundee in 10th, Ian Wilson in 11th place, Ian Cochrane in 12th, 13th place for Andrew Davidson, Kyle Nisbet in 14th, Mark Nisbet in 15th place. Right. So Sam Corson is doing everything that he can to try and hold on to this lead from the stalking figures of the number 1 car of Ross Dunn, as well as Finlay Brunton as well, as they come through the compression at Butchers over the hill at the chicane. And Brunton really pushing Dunn to try and make this happen here. They're wanting to try and get caught up to the back of Sam Corson here, but it does look like Brunton is more concerned with trying to get past that number 1 car in front. Maybe he feels like he's got a little bit more pace than that car in front, but certainly roaring down the back straight. Roaring, probably the most the most misappropriated word for these little C1s. They're definitely not going to be roaring. Anyway, the only thing is roaring is the squeal of those tyres as they struggle to get any sort of grip around those corners as well. And they certainly add an extra 25 miles an hour to how fast you feel like you're going, as the number 17 there of Kyle Nisbet coming under pressure there. A little bit of door banging there from the number 70 of Andrew Davidson. I think it's safe to say there's no love lost between these two right now. And you can see the number 70 looking in the mirrors. Oh, this is starting to get a little bit nasty. I saw exactly what happened there, and yeah, I did not like that at all. From what I see, and again, I can only commentate on what I saw here. The number 70 was looking in his rear view mirror, waiting for the number 17 there, and wow, that was, yeah, that's a bit sketchy watching that happen, especially given these cars are still at about, what, 80, 90 miles going down here. There's obviously a little bit of unhappiness between these two drivers right now. But certainly the number 17 manages to streak away there, and Kyle Nisbet gets going, and that means that Andrew Davidson is getting sent backwards here, and I think the blue mist has descended a little bit in that number 70 car, and you can see, we see it so many times as well, when, and I've done it myself behind the wheel of the very similar Peugeot 107, when you get, you know, when the red mist comes over you, it's all very well saying you drive in an anger, but you overdrive the car, and that is contact onto the rear of the number 17 there. You can hear the spectators a little bit dismayed as well. This is, yeah, I'm really not enjoying where this is going, unless these two are actually friends in real life and this is just absolute bants, in which case, yeah, okay, maybe, but yeah, this is a little bit too much bumping and grinding, especially when we see that the number 70 of Andrew Davidson has got his novice cross on the back of that car there. So, yeah, interesting times for sure. That means that Kyle Nisbet and Mark Nisbet side by side on the track here, fighting it out here. This is going to be the run down into to McIntyre's here. And, yeah, this is interesting to say the least. We've got 7 laps left to go, and yeah, it's safe to say that not what we expected. Meanwhile, Sam Corson now just 0.3 of a second ahead of Sam Corson, and Sam Corson takes the lead of the race. So Sam Corson ahead of Ross Dunn, ahead of Finlay Brunton. I was away to see Sam Corson takes the lead of the race. He was in the lead of the race, but Ross Dunn on that last lap was actually leading, so it was Ross Dunn that took the lead of the race, and Sam Corson actually took it back from Ross Dunn there. So incredible scenes from your top 3, and of course if all hell breaks loose between Mark Nisbet and Andrew Davidson, we'll jump back to them and have a look at them, but for the moment all our eyes are on this little battle here. As the two cars then coming nose to tail almost down in towards the hairpin here. And I wonder if it's going to be a late lunge from Ross Dunn. You can see the car squirreling under braking. Here we go again. This is wacky racist stuff right now as Davidson sent it up the inside. It butchers there, a little clunk into the car behind him of the number 70 there. And I think it's safe to say that maybe the stewards and race control are going to have a very interesting evening tonight, trying to decipher what on earth is going on with these cars here. But back to your race leaders then. Sam Corson, Ross Dunn and Finlay Brunton all nose to tail this battle for first, second and third place right now. And fascinating to see how this unfolds. We've only got 5 laps to go, so this has just disappeared in the blink of an eye. And if you think this is bad, just wait until you see the third Mini Cooper race of the day. That is usually elbows out to the absolute extreme. It's comparable usually with the third race of a BTCC weekend, the third and final race, where it's usually a little bit overly scrappy. But anyway, Sam Corson ahead of Ross Dunn here, ahead of Finlay Brunton. And down into the hairpin there, you can see Sam Corson again, the car just wiggling as it tries to get onto the brakes as late as he possibly can. But this is a brilliant run from Sam Corson, holding that that car of Ross Dunn behind him to account there. And I think it's safe to say that the Davidson-Nisbet battle is well and truly over. That gap now 4 seconds, and I think that Kyle Nisbet has just decided enough is enough. He just wants to finish the race. So we focus on the lead battle then with 4 laps left to go here. And into McIntyre. Sam Corson, of course, no stranger to a lot of these drivers, because about maybe say 8 out of the 16 of the drivers here, all very, very regular competitors on the SMRC esports platform as well. So Sam Corson, I believe, actually won his seat in the first season of that SMRC C1 Championship because of the performance that he did, winning one of the championships there. Anyway, back to Ryan Dunn. Look at how much he's looking here. He has a little look onto the inside. We saw this last lap round. He's trying to force a mistake here from Sam Corson there, and Ryan Dunn gets a good run out of that final corner, but again isn't close enough. But this is we've seen this so many times through a 12-lap race where the car in second place is almost setting that car up in front for failure. It's, you know, jinking to the left or jinking to the right, lap after lap, and then on the final lap it'll just send it up on the alternative corner. But I think Finlay Brunton might be wanting to try and do exactly the same to Ross Dunn and get a little bit of revenge as the cars go in towards McIntyre's. That's a little bit of a breathing room for Sam Corson then. 0.2 of a second is the gap, opening up very, very slightly. We've got 3 laps left to go here for the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup. Sam Corson leading Ross Dunn, leading Finlay Brunton. And Thomas Comer in 4th, Callum Conway in 5th, Rich Flett in 6th, Ian Wilson in 7th, Paul Winfield in 8th, Lazo Benet in 9th, with James Hitchin in 10th, Mark Nisbet in 11th place, Gordon Dundee in 12th, and then Andrew Davidson in 13th position ahead of Ian Cochrane and Kyle Nisbet. Here we go then. This is where things are going to start getting a little bit shady, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 laps left to go, and that was Ross Dunn getting an amazing run out of that final corner. Do you remember about half an hour ago where I said this track is such a momentum-based track, and Ross Dunn has just proved it. You're going to still get the 2 cars going side by side into that first corner, and Sam Corson does it. He keeps the foot in, holds the car around the outside. Exemplary work there from Sam Corson. That throws Ross Dunn back to the wheels of Finlay Brunton, and look at the pace that Brunton has got. He's going to want to get a little move done here as well. With only 2 laps left to go, it's now or never as Dunn looks to the inside. Ross Dunn can't quite make it happen. Sam Corson goes a little bit wide at Clarkson. This is going to be the run down to the hairpin then to start our final lap of the race, and this is everything that I wanted from the C1s, and this is everything that I was telling you about on the build up to the C1s here. Sam Corson again, the car weaving about a little bit, under braking. Dunn tries to get a better exit, but that is much better from Sam Corson. So that means that coming into the final lap then, Sam Corson is going to lead Ross Dunn from Finlay Brunton. And have a look behind there, because that is Thomas Comer. The 3 of them have lost so much time that Thomas Comer now fastest lap of the race. And this is where it all is poised on a knife edge. It's all going to come down to one mistake. It's all going to come down to one incident between any of the 3 of these drivers. Finlay Brunton trying to go around the outside of McIntyre's. That's not going to happen at all. Sam Corson gets a little bit of breathing room. That breathing room has completely evaporated as Ross Dunn right back onto the tail end of that car, taking a slightly different line through the chicane for the final time of Askin up into Clark Corner. It's going to have to be the hairpin. That's the only place left for Ross Dunn to try and make a move here, as Sam Corson out of Clark for the final time. The 2 of them on a drag race down to the final corner of the final lap of the race here at Knockhill. Ross Dunn makes a look to the outside. He's not going to do it. It's going to be through the hairpin for the final time. And there we go, the checker flag flies. Ross Dunn gets a good exit out the corner, not good enough. It's going to be Sam Corson to take the win. Ross Dunn in 2nd place. It's going to be Finlay Brunton in P3, Thomas Comer in P4. Callum Conway is going to finish in P5, Rich Flett in P6, Aidan Wilson with a brilliant 7th place there. Paul Winfield is going to finish in 8th position. 9th place for James Hitchin, Lazo Benet in 10th. Andrew Davidson somehow gets into P11 there. Martin Nisbet in P12. And then in 13th it's Gordon Dundee, Ian Cochrane and Kyle Nisbet round out your 15 finishing cars. But a very, very happy Sam Corson, and yet again I can guarantee when Andy Alston gets out there to have a chat with them, they're going to have the biggest smiles on their faces. Just a reminder about the newcomers as well. In the newcomers, we've got Aidan Wilson, Ian Cochrane, we've got Lazo Benet, Martin Nisbet and Paul Winfield. And I believe that means that Aidan Wilson, the number 24, is our leading newcomer. And that is, as someone who's watched Aidan racing in the SMRC Esports Console Championships, fantastic to see him taken to the grid in real life, jumping out of the car and into the Citroen C1. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup. And breathe. There we go. What a race that was. Everything you could possibly want. Chaos at turn 1. And a thrilling race that developed after that one as well. But the cars making their way round now to the holding area. They're going to make the left-hand turn into the paddock, and they're going to be weighted with bated breath by none other than our very own Andy Alston, who's there with the top 3 of the SMTA Scottish Citroen C1 Cup.
Yes, absolutely. The top 3 just making their way into the podium area now, led by that man there, car number 68, Sam Corzine, who takes the win in race number 2, and he is delighted with that result. Sam Corzine in his second season in the Scottish C1 Cup, and he signs off the first weekend in style. Sam, you must be absolutely delighted with that performance.
That was mega. I had to have like the widest C1 in the world there. Colin were on it, Dan was on it. Yeah, it was an amazing race. That was unreal. I felt like I was just defending the whole time. That was brilliant.
Yeah, and a great way to sign off your weekend as well. You must be on a high, and you'll be taking that confidence with you into the next event as well.
Amazing result today, so I'm really happy with that. Couldn't ask any better, so on to the next round now.
Excellent. Many congratulations, Sam, and well done out there today. That is our race winner for the second event here in the Scottish C1s. It was led by Sam Corzine. Second place man here, our reigning champion, Ross Dunn. Ross, it was great action throughout, and you pushed Sam all the way. And just talk us through that one. It was very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, again, starting at 6 with the reverse grid. It was a bit of a spin at the first corner, managed to avoid that and got him up to second. But again, that was another 12 laps of the first 3 or 4 nose to tail, and I think you've got to be really tactical as to where you try and pass here. If I made a move on Sam, I knew I had Finlay right behind me, and obviously Finlay's very good. He'll not take 2 chances to pass you. And yeah, it was just really down to that last final couple of laps, just try and see if I could get a good line out the hairpin, and then just that run up to the straight. But no, first and a second. Good start to the season, so yep, hopefully more to come. Be good.
Great stuff, Ross. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Ross Dunn there, second place in race number 2, and he'll be very happy with how his weekend went overall. And again, you just see how close the action is between all of these drivers. You know, Finlay Brunton pushing them all the way as well. Let's get a quick catch up with Finlay Brunton. Of course, made his return to the Scottish C1 Cup this season, and he is very much on the pace, being congratulated by his teammates and his competitors as well. Finlay Brunton joins us now, and Finlay, must be really pleased with how you've come back to the championship here. 2 podium finishes, and you'll be really delighted with that.
Yeah, really happy. Obviously 1 down from where I was in the last race, but you know, in the first race I made up 2 places, in this race I made up 2 places again, so it's obviously I've got the pace and I've got the racecraft to get through the pack. Just a tiny bit unlucky with the reverse grid there. Obviously the first one the C1s I've done, but it was good to get the experience of how that would work, you know, in a reverse grid race. Enjoyed the race. Ross got past me on the start, and I spoke to Ross before the race. Just said, "Mate, you get a head down. Let's, you know, fight for a podium if we're going to be fighting at all." So that's what we did. Didn't quite get as racy as what I thought I was going to do in the last couple of laps there. I think we were all just so fast that nobody was making a mistake or giving any opportunities for a pass to be done. So I think, you know, 3 or 4 laps ago I decided I wasn't going to make any moves unless it was a really obvious opportunity and just bring the car home on another podium. Good points on. I think I'm estimating second in the championship now behind Ross, so happy, man.
Absolutely great stuff. I just wanted to get your thoughts just quickly on the lottery that we've got for the grid in race number 2. Does that almost make qualifying even more important? It's already very important in the C1s as it is, but does that add an extra element into the mix, because you've got to qualify well, get the strong performance in the first race to put you in a prime position for the second one?
Yeah, I think I think it's got both. It makes qualifying more important and also a wee bit more forgiving in areas. Obviously, qualifying is the most important session of the C1s. If you do make those mistakes in qualifying, it was kind of game over for your whole weekend. That writes the weekend off. But now, Duncan, two seconds, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think it gives you the opportunity to make the places up in race 1, get into the reverse grid, draw, and then get yourself further forward for race 2.
Absolutely. Finlay, thanks for speaking to us. Finlay Brunton there with a strong weekend in his return to the Scottish C1 Cup. And I'll hand you back over to Dave Christie for the final race here today, where it is the Minis, and they will be taken to the track very soon.
Andy Alston, thank you very, very much. And you better run, Sunshine, because the car's already making their way round. I think we'll maybe give you a little bit of a break after that one, because my goodness me, that was very, very hectic indeed. Indeed, it is time for the final race. As quickly as it started, we are almost to the end of our live stream afternoon here of the first round of the SMRC Championship, powered by Reese Motorsport Insurance. Let's rattle through the grid then. Jack Irvine on pole position alongside Gordon Long. Row 2 is going to be Chad Little and Neil Hose. Ian Munro and Michael Weddle on row 3. Dan Patterson and Ryan Smith make up row 4, with row 5 being Finn Mash and Chris Coburn. Row 6 is going to be Ross McComb and Ian Hoggins, with Ewan Robertson alongside Andrew Bell on row 7. David Taylor alongside Stephen Morrison on row 8. Row 9 at the back of the grid, Jamie Blake, and that grid was just about as fast as these cars are going to go this afternoon. Remember, this is the final race for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. No R53s taken part in this race, and this is in association with Project 21 Detailing, supported by Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. So the cars on the grid making their way just to the final stages of the preparation here, and what a day it has been for us here. We hope you've really, really enjoyed all of the racing we've had to bring to you this afternoon. It's certainly been our pleasure, and we cannot wait to have you back with us for the rest of the 2022 season. As always, if you do want to keep up to date, if you're on YouTube just now, hit that like and subscribe button. You'll see all of the videos that we end up getting put out here. And then on Facebook as well, if you want to hit that like and follow us on Facebook, very, very much appreciated. But this is, of course, the Mini Coopers, the 1.6 litres supercharged. Sorry, not the supercharged. That's the R53s that I'm thinking about there. But the Mini Cooper Cups are the slightly slower version, shall we say. They're still incredibly fast, still doing lap times of about 56 seconds. And the 1 minute board gets held out. Last time out, of course, our champion was Michael Weddle in the number 1 machine. He is down into turn number 6. You could hear again Dr. Robert Johnson on the circuit comms, and he gave us some very valuable advice. Hold on to your hats. Race 3 is very traditionally a rambunctious affair here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. If you've ever watched the British Touring Cars, you know what race 3 is like for them. You can expect more of the same from this. This is when they realise, well, maybe I've got a little bit more in the budget this season for panels than I thought I would. And away we go then. So just as if you know, we got a chance to get our breath there, the car's underway then, and into the lead then goes Jack Irvine then, and around the outside the number 65 down through the hill there. And what a lead he's already got. I mean, it's almost as if Gordon Long was caught napping there on the grid. He's already about a second and a half ahead of everyone else on the track here. And that car is absolutely flying. I'm wondering if they're going to have to check that car to make sure it's not an R53 that's sneaked back out onto the track there, because he is absolutely gone right now. That is an impressive start to this race. So Jack Irvine making hay and getting his way out of here as well. You can see David Taylor here at the back of the grid there, just trying to avoid any sort of trouble. He wants to bring that car home in one piece as we go across the line to continue the end of lap number 1 here. So as lap 1 is done and dusted and the cars sort themselves out, then it's Jack Irvine from Gordon Long in second place, Chad Little in third, Neil Hose in fourth, Ian Munro in fifth, Michael Weddle in sixth, Ryan Smith in seventh, Dan Patterson in eighth, Finn Finn Mash, sorry, in 9th position. Chris Coburn in 10th, and then in 11th place is Ross McComb. 12th place for Ian Hoggins. Andrew Bell, and that is wide for Gordon Long, forced wide in 2nd position. And I said fed to the wolves in the C1, but that is quite literally fed to the wolves of Chad Little and Neil Hose and Ian Munro. Ian Munro trying to set it up the inside of Neil Hose there. That surely isn't going to end well. Thankfully it did. And look at cheeky little Michael Weddle there. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact there on the back end of Neil Hose there from the 94 of Ryan Smith there. A little bit of bumpers getting banged there. And Ian Munro struggling to get that car slowed down in time. He does. And that means that Michael Weddle then ahead of this absolute gaggle of cars then up into 3rd position. The 44 there you can see of Ross McComb trying to hold off the number 17 behind of Chris Coburn. Absolute madness going on right now. Unbelievable stuff. Stephen Morrison I've just seen going past the commentary box here, so he has retired from the race. But have a look at Michael Weddle down there in 3rd place, trying to catch on to the back of the 25 of Chad Little. It's still Jack Irvin in the lead of this race here. But this is proper manic stuff going on right now as we see the 111 of Neil Hose trying to fight. You're kidding me. That was number 94 of Ryan Smith trying to go right the outside, and that's a big moment there for the 94 of Ryan Smith there. And I think that was a firm slap across the face there from Neil Hose as the two cars were going round the outside of each other. That's the number 16 on the inside there, sorry, number 18 there of Dan Patterson, sending it up the inside. Number 44 of Ross McComb there gets the position. Meanwhile, Jack Irvin still in the lead from Chad Little. Michael Weddle sets the fastest lap of the race here. Ian Munro in 4th position, hunting Michael down. And then it's everyone else literally going into Duffus Dip at exactly the same time here, as Neil Hose looks to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle here, as he's got what can only be described as a metric ton of minis trying to get past them right now. There is at least 8 cars trying to get past that 111 car, and the thing is that Neil Hose is not a slow driver. We saw that from race 1, so trying to figure out what on earth is going on here. But certainly Ryan Smith is not going to be putting up with this for too much longer. The 22 of Finn Mash trying to get along there as the 44 get alongside the 18 there. That is Ross McComb and Dan Patterson into the hairpin, and that's not going to work out well. But somehow they all do actually get through there. So Michael Weddle there with another fastest lap, 62.354. And what a race we have been treated to here for the final race of the afternoon. As we've got 5 laps left to go, if you can believe that, ladies and gentlemen. That's another move up the inside. That looks like, again, Dan Patterson. And again, that looks like Ross McComb, as Neil Hose trying to hold on to that 94. But look at the 22 of Finn Mash there. Gets that position, keeps the bumper in there. Has to pull out of it through butchers to avoid contact. But he'll be trying to get the run again. Thrilling stuff, and barely a moment to catch your breath on this race here. You can see Jack Irvin still up in the lead of this race here. Now what can Ryan Smith do to get past this car in front? That's what we have to ask ourselves, because we've only got like 4 laps left to go here. And Finn Mash tries to go around the outside of the 94, tries to get a better run out of it there. It's not going to happen, but he gets the inside line, and that leaves Ryan Smith then in the 94 vulnerable as they run up the straight. The good thing is for Finn Mash as well, he's got the toe at the 111. This could be done and dusted, and we could see Ryan Smith losing out yet another position. He's going to try and go late on the brakes, but I think the 22 of Finn Mash gets it. Again, they're side by side, but Finn Mash takes that position into 7th place there. Into 7th place, taking that position from the 94 of Ryan Smith. And with 4 laps left to go, your top 3, Jack Irvin from Chad Little and Michael Weddle. And there we go, Ryan Smith trying to have a look up the inside to Clark's. That back end of the car, squirreling under braking there as we go to a little bit further down on the track here, and they're still side by side. This is incredible intense racing for the final race of the afternoon. Finn Mash though is going to have the inside line into the hairpin late on the brakes there as the 777 of Ian Hoggins gets it sent in as well. So again, as much as Ryan Smith was trying to make that work there as the number 44 there of Ross McComb, safe to say that is quite a bit of damage on the rear right of that car there. Looking a little bit further down there, you can see Ryan Smith still desperately trying to hold on to the back of that car in front. That 44 of Ross McComb, I think, is going to be going backwards quite quickly because there's a lot of body damage on that car there. It might just be a panel that's hanging off the rear arch for sure, but we'll find out anyway. But that means that it's now going to be back to Neil Hose, who comes under pressure as Finn Mash now, as we've got a big puff of smoke there as the car going very wide. And look at this, Ryan Smith almost bump drafting that 22 up in front. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to dive to the left? He does dive to the left. Finn Mash makes that car as wide as he possibly can. Great defence there from the number 22, from the young German. Gets that position held on to. Exemplary defensive driving. This is defensive driving 101 from that number 22. We're onto the penultimate lap, and Flymo has a huge moment there coming over the curb there at Duffus Step. Keeps it on, keeps the throttle pinned there, but Michael Weddle in that third position there, he's pushing so hard. He wants to get that top step of the podium. I can't see it happening as Jack Irvin comes into Clark then for the penultimate time here. And you can see just behind there Ian Munro as well in the yellow car, just trying to catch up onto the back there. Gordon Long, who was on the front row of the grid, has dropped off completely. He's away down into what looks like 5th place and 7 seconds back here. But this is the battle. Now what has happened to Finn Mash then? So Finn Mash has come together with the 111 of Neil Hose, because the 94 and the 18 are up in front. So that's Ryan Smith and Dan Patterson. So Ryan Smith and Dan Patterson up ahead, and you can see how infuriated that's made the 22 of Finn Mache. Trying to get that undone, but we're already on to the final lap of the race. Here's your race leader, Jack Irvin, ahead of Chad Little. Chad Little smells blood in the water. Look at how close that car is on the final lap of the final race. Not just for the Mini Coopers, but the final race of the day. You couldn't script this for a finish. And look at Flymo, he fancies a shot at this as well. You've got 3 cars within 0.3 of a second onto the final run down towards the hairpin here. What is going to happen? Is Chad Little going to send it? That's what we need to see, because he's got the run. He looks to the left, he looks to the right. He's going to force Jack Irvin to go very wide, and Michael Weddle tries to get a better exit out of that corner there, but it looks like it's done, it's dusted, it's over for the day. The checker flag comes out, Jack Irvin takes the win, Chad Little in 2nd place, Michael Weddle in 3rd, Ian Munro will take 4th position, Gordon Long in 5th, Ryan Smith in 6th, Dan Patterson in 7th, Finn Mash in 8th, Neil Hose is going to finish in 9th position, Ross McComb in 10th, Ian Hoggins in 11th position, Chris Coburn in 12th, 13th place for Andrew Bell, Ewan Robertson for 14th, David Taylor finishes in 15th, and Stephen Morrison retires from the race. Heart-stopping action, as always, from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup in association with Project 21 Detailing, supported by Yokohama Tyres and Wheels Around. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the final race of today's SMRC opening rounds. Meeting number 1 is in the books. We'll be heading to Andy Alston for some final interviews shortly, but a huge thank you, as always, to Reese Motorsport Insurance for being the title partner of this race day. And again, a huge partner of which the SMRC incredibly grateful to have on board. But that is it for the first live stream almost. I can't believe we've already had a full day of racing in under our belt. It is good to be back. more importantly, after a very weird 2 years, it's good to have spectators back. It's good to have crowds back in pit lane. It's good to have teams back. It's good to have you all back here at Knockhill. If you liked what you saw here at Knockhill Racing Circuit and you are nearby, please, please, please get tickets for the next one. It honestly is such a treat to come here in person and enjoy a fantastic, fantastic day out. Head over to smrc.co.uk for more details of the calendar. But without further ado, as the cars head into the holding area, it's over to Andy Alston for the final interviews of the day.
Yeah, it's great action there, Dave, in the finale here in the Mini Cooper Cup. As we came to expect, it was absolute drama from start to finish. So many great talking points throughout, and it's Jack Irvine who leads the way and takes the win in the final race here this afternoon at Knockhill. And Jack, you must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, nailed the start and got away. Got caught near the end, but held them off.
And just how important was that start that you got at the beginning of the race as well? Because that really bought you quite a lot of time.
Yeah, well, we struggled to start all day and not got away there and get mixed in with them. So definitely need to get the start right.
Yeah, no, great performance there in the finale. Came under quite a lot of pressure as well, and many congratulations on a great drive.
Thanks.
Jack Irvine there, who took the win in the final race. Let's get a quick chat with second place man Chad Little. And Chad, great action there throughout, and you must be pretty pleased to round off your weekend with the podium.
Yeah, better than the last race. I was hoping to get the win, but fair play to Jack, newcomer, strong, good performance.
Absolutely, and great action throughout across the 3 races here today, and you must be pretty happy with how your campaign's got underway overall.
Yeah, I've got 3 finishes, so it's a good start, isn't it?
Absolutely. Chad, many congratulations, great drive out there. Chad Little in P2 for the finale in the Mini Cooper Cup. We'll get a quick chat with Michael Weddle, who rounds out the final step of the podium as well, and we'll get his thoughts on what's been a strong weekend for him as well. A strong title defence, of course, as well for Michael Weddle, and he'll be looking to take that momentum with him into the next round in a couple of weeks' time. And here is Michael Weddle, who joins us now. Michael, I did wonder in the last couple of laps, were you just going to play the long game and just sit for the podium? But they're almost like an opportunity where you could have gone a little bit further as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was catching Chad and I was catching Jack, and then I think I had a little bit of a moment locking up into the hairpin there, so I thought, you know what, just take it easy here. And then we caught up pretty early, and I thought Chad might have had a better go at him, and then it would have kicked off a little bit, but it wasn't TV. But no, I thought about going around the outside, but 9 times out of 10 at the hairpin that you end up in the gravel, so there's no point. But no, just delighted to get 2 wins and a third to end it off, so good start to the campaign.
No, absolutely, and you'll be taking, what's your thoughts going into the next round in a few weeks' time as well? Because as you say, it's 2 wins and a third. You'll be really happy with how your title defence has started.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what happened last year, where I got 2 wins in a second. So hopefully, we can carry that momentum going a little bit. So try and get a few more wins in the bag, and then we'll take it from there.
Absolutely great stuff, Michael. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Michael Weddle there, rounding out the podium for the final race here in the Mini Cooper Cup, and the final race of this afternoon. And it's been a fantastic opener here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. So many big talking points across all our championships. It's been great action. Thank you very much for joining us, and on behalf of all of the production team, we'll look forward to seeing you again at the next race in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.